Okay. The one, honestly, honestly, the biggest perk of at least streaming regularly, in my case, is that it's a good excuse to remind me to keep drinking water. Because turns out, when you talk a lot, you get thirsty and you need a lot of it. You need a lot of water. So taking like 15 minutes before stream each time is actually really good to make sure that I drink a good amount of water. At this point, it's more than just a little sip. But also, hello, okay? Perfect. Uh, if I remember, I just got the call.
Adam, it's David.
Yeah.
Let me guess. You're sending me to Highland Park.
Not just yet. Frank's figured out why the network's been compromised. There's a persistent transmission coming from Derelict Row.
Street gang territory?
Well, our dead friend was posing as an Antioch. Who better to hide with than the D-Row ballers?
Right. I'm on my way.
Hello, AT. So if I remember, we'll probably hear it when I actually get to the devlog there. But I always wondered why you had to go to this place, because it always seemed like out of place and kind of forced. Wait, is my quest still bugged? Because I wasn't able to. Yeah, I have to go to the police station lobby.
Jensen, I'd appreciate it if you instructed your street informants to use more conventional means of contacting you.
What are you talking about, Richard?
I mean, I found a message stapled to your door. Colo, alley off Bagley Avenue, Ezekiel. How cryptic.
That's
Yeah,
near
the
Sarah
chest set
HQ.
especially being one of those. That was a
I'll look
small
into it.
detail where it's like, oh, it would be cool if we did this, and you're like,
it's Cholo.
you're right, it would be. It is smart that we should do this. And then they kept forgetting, and then they kept forgetting, and then they kept forgetting. So I should be fine going in the front door now. MGS4 would have been out. Yeah, it would have been out a little bit before this. So yeah, them putting time into that makes sense.
Yeah? What do you want?
Information.
Then go bother the receptionist, Chrome Boy, instead of wasting my goddamn time.
Not that kind of information. I want to know about the Seraph Industries case.
Ha ha! And I want a blowjob in a vintage '05 Bar GT, so I guess we both keep on dreaming. Huh, metalhead?
I know you handled critical evidence linked to the case, and I want to know about it.
I wonder if
off,
there's a devlog that
I don't know
explains
what
why
the fuck you're talking
the glasses
about.
keep
And
reflecting the
second,
outside.
Even if I did, what makes you think I give a shit about what you want? Now, I strongly suggest you take your high-tech, toaster-looking ass out of my way before I handle you.
Strong words. You're a real poet. Tell me,
Very likely to
is
match.
that how you plan to handle the judge when they prosecute you for perjury, possession, and intent to distribute?
Because they did say
What the
that
hell
they
are you
couldn't get
babbling
like
about,
real
boy?
Funny story.
real
There's
mirrors
this guy,
working. Because that was the
Elaine
devlog
Lopez,
in his room.
deals dope near City Airport. A real scumbag. You know him? Because I have a nice little chat record between him and you. So you want to go to jail? Or you want to tell me what I want to know?
How the hell do you... Shit, man. Now listen, I just did what was asked of me. I didn't have a choice.
Talk.
Okay, look. I just came in one morning and there was an email with my new assignment in it. Official business. But there were also specific instructions. I had to check out the lab for footage from an IntelliCam. They told me to take it and leave it near a garbage can somewhere near the lake.
What was on it?
Well, It's not crystal clear, but mainly it shows the boys who attacked Seraph as they were breaching the labs. And it looked like they were bringing something in with them. Impossible to tell what.
Who asked you to do this?
You think I know? Orders are orders around here. They always come from
What is that
above.
dude in the back?
Nobody asks questions. You just do what they say, and you hope you don't end up
I've never
like
seen that one post
Secretary
before.
Haas over there.
Hang on.
That hostage situation in Detroit has just blown through the roof, thanks to the arrival of William Taggart, celebrity author and founder of the anti-augmentation organization Humanity First.
That
Speaking from the target
That's
at Wayne County Airport,
really funny. Oh, almost found one.
And extremely regretful. Yeah, we're in front of Wayne Hess, the lobby guy in the police station, and actually that was the first dialogue system that we nailed for the game. It was really capturing what we had in mind. We tried to go for a psychological gameplay.
And still the best one, in my opinion.
Yeah, in terms of the realization and everything. And but it was really with this one that we really tried to make you believe that you're talking to a real person, and that you could really have an influence on what's going on and everything. And like you said, John, it was from an animation standpoint. This one is brilliant. You really see his expressions and how
that one is all
portrayed.
keyframe.
It's all keyframe, and it's the one that works. It works the best.
You just want to slap him. That's how good he is. You just want to like wake up you like with, you know.
And actually, in the original, also the design of the conversation, you can see behind him there are some pills that are into a trash can or on the shelf. I can't remember, but. Originally, you were supposed into the game mechanic to be able to look around, and if you had the right augmentation, you would spot the blackmail item that you could use in the conversation.
Yeah, the original design for the special augment was much simpler than what we ended up with in the game, and it was just really like you could scan the environment and find a blackmail item, and you could then bring that up if you had the social log. And so we had written that one specifically to encapsulate that that particular weakness in Wayne's background.
What were they, like anxiety pills or something?
Yeah, they were antidepressants because he's got such a bad life.
Well, we got to say that the actor, that was the first
The
one,
blink
like you said,
close.
for the
God
dialogue
damn, that sounds really cool
challenge,
too.
and obviously, we had the pressure to find the right guy who was going to be able to help bring this to life. And again, like, God bless the stars that were shining on us, because this guy walked in and we fell in love. I forget his name, but we fell in love with him right away. And just over time, like, the guy, he brought Wayne really to life. That with the animations that were done, like you said. Again, another example of a really good fit of the visuals with the voice, the acting.
Yeah, that's really true.
It all came together.
Totally fits, yeah.
And it worked out really well. And, like, I mean, I think through the whole 3 years or 4 years of dev, we were always saying, referring to him as poor Wayne.
And what's really funny about it, the acting was so good, is because Wayne was never supposed to be a very important character. I think in our blueprint, we just said you have a discussion with the desk sergeant. And it was really no
so
major
strong, it
character
all the combat
that we were
balance.
having at
It was
all.
so
And yet
good.
it was so good, and the animations worked so well, and the voice acting did that he became such a memorable
I always
character that
wondered
we had to bring him
why
back later
the
in
social
game.
aug felt very
and we
simple,
presented-
but you could
it's
only
the
use it during the
first one
boss
that we
fights too.
presented to the press and to the people, so
We knew his lines by
we
heart.
saw it so many times that we were
It was like a joke at the office. We'd say his lines
All the time.
continuously,
And the one thing that I'm sure people do notice is that, of course, the recording and all that went on during like a 3-year process. So when Elias Tufexis, who plays Adam Jensen, came in, I mean, there's a certain evolution over time that takes place organically of trying to find the character.
When an actor gets into his role over time,
once he found the
it.
voice, we never had to like bring him back and say, "Oh, listen to this," and we think you're a bit different. But you can tell that he hadn't quite perfectly found it yet. And in fact, there was one line that bugged me for like 3 years, and we did a retake at the end where he really stepped out of his character, because we were still trying to define the box of, okay, well, when you get really angry, this is how angry you get. And we were trying to define that and saying, well, think of Jensen more as a Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood never really yells, but you can tell when he's really pissed just through the sort of grimace in the voice, And he really took that to heart. And I remember he came back. He goes, I watched Unforgiven for like 3 days, and he's like, I know exactly how I want to play it, because it's a very difficult scene for him, because he's got to be mad and sort of toy with them, and they have a history, but yet Jensen has to be, you're the hero, so you got to be calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah.
So it was quite challenging for him early on when he was still.
He
trying
wanted to
find the
redo it.
character.
Yeah, and he did actually. This was one of the first things he ever did. And 4 years later, as we're finishing recording, we had to do a retake for the social log, and he hurt himself and said, "Oh my God, that's horrible! I'll do it all over for free, I swear." But unfortunately, we couldn't. Too much
Yeah, it
was
was too
on
late.
it. So.
Yeah.
So now
That's
you know
why.
Elias Defexis will work for free.
You can't say that. But yeah, no. Especially if it's... Yeah, because he does sound a little bit weird. Well, Wayne sounds like really incredible in his scene. But that's really... Where is... Can I not open... Because that's the only social enhancer that you get. Because what does it say? Yeah, it's just activation contextual, analyze people and persuade them into following certain courses of action. Because all it would do is tell you, like, the different... I might be mixing it up with how it works in Mankind Divided. But, yeah, it was kind of just like this option will work better on them, this option will work better on them in this case, this option will work better on them in this case. Like, you don't really get a lot out of it. And I remember one of the major complaints, at least for the game, was that, like, I wanted to use the social enhancer more. But if I'm using this because I should have the wall. No, well, I'll get it soon. A lot of people wanted to use the social enhancer more because they're like, this is a really cool mechanic. It's very unique and it stands out. So, like, why would I not use that? But, like, if it was so strong that it messed up all the combat balancing, then yeah, you kind of have to cut back on that a little, because then it just makes for something that, at least in the final version, has only a 2 practice costs, and if that messed up the entire balance of the game, like, so significantly, like, yeah, you're gonna have to make adjustments. Series started in Texas and final games are made in Montreal. Kind of shifting the goals and style of the game. You can chop. Wait. Why does it take so long to move this? That's all the way south. That means cutting through here. I think I can cut through the back alley here. No, it doesn't matter. It's easier if I just go right and go through. But I can also just return to Chiron. Wait, where is the... Because it's north. It would make more sense if I cut through here. Cut through here, talk to the informant, and then cut back. Yeah, you can chop some of those. You can... Why am I saying chop? Because that's not the word I'm looking for. You can put a lot of those changes into, like, time and, like, goals and expectations. But, like, but also this, for being a Deus Ex game, isn't, like, I don't want to say it's, like, as much as an immersive sim. Like, it's not... This is post-Invisible War. And Human Revolution. Because this is post-Invisible War, this is... I think, like... This would be, like, the second time that Deus Ex game was on console, if I'm remembering correctly.
I see you got my message, Cabrón.
Sanders.
So it makes sense why they ended up having to make, like, a lot of compromises, but it still, I think, worked out incredibly well.
Considering you're the one who let me go. I don't plan to stick around that long.
Yeah? So what's this about?
I did some house cleaning after the plant. And I turned up some intel on the gearhead motherfucker who used me and my brother. Chink left a pocket secretary behind. Don't say who he was working for, but it's got access codes, names, shit like that.
Why are you giving it to me?
Maybe I don't like feeling like I owe you. Or maybe I figured I'd send a snake to kill a snake. Take or to leave it, pendejo. Either way, my debt is paid.
That was all that I really wanted. Da-da-da-da-da. Facility until codes, facility door. I don't remember what you used that for. I think a lot of people forget is that Ion Storm bought the rights to Thief. That took a lot of the top talent in the first game's development. That would have been... Oh, my timeline's like completely off with that. Since it was after Looking Glass closed. That makes sense. Because, yeah, that was 97. That was after Looking Glass closed. That also means that they were kind of... Yeah, so then that means that a bunch of people on Invisible War just wouldn't have... They wouldn't nearly have as many of the same people, on top of them also trying to make that work on console. Because you can't... I can't say you can't make an immersive sim on a console, but it definitely wasn't... It's really weird making the comparison, at least, like, now, of a... Because I was gonna try and compare this to, like... I was gonna try and compare, like, Invisible War to Prey, but there's a very large jump. They undoubtedly tried, but then you get stuff like Invisible War and then a bunch of the other games kind of in between Invisible War and this. Deadly Shadows was on Xbox.
Have you found anything? Please, I've got to know what really happened to Megan.
Because Deadly Shadows was on Xbox.
I've investigated all of Detective Chase's leads.
Yeah,
you
just
right.
see like a lot of the difference in the
Megan's case.
So, what did you find?
And kind of like the talent between the two. I don't want to say not talent as in like innate skill, as much as experience. I'll use experience as a better
There were
word.
only 3 people who got out of the labs alive. Me and 2 others. One died in the hospital a few days later. The second one, a lab tech, was ready to give a detailed description of what he saw.
Yeah, the people between the studios.
Funny thing is, by the time the investigators
the people
got to
through
him,
the studios.
he couldn't remember a thing.
You sound like you don't believe that.
I don't.
Because a lot of people
Not from
also
the
complain
reports
about
I've
this
read.
game not really...
I think someone got to him first.
Not really having a lot of the same aspects as the
An
older
officer
Deus
assigned to
Ex
the
game.
case was asked to get rid of a major piece of evidence. Footage from one of our intellicams showed fuzzy images of the attackers bringing something inside the labs.
But then it kind of created its
What
own
were they
legacy on its
bringing in?
own.
I
Because
don't know.
the only other
But for
comparison
someone
point was
higher
really
up to
like
want that
Invisible
evidence
War.
gone, it must have been important.
What, like 2 to 3 years after this came out, the Thief for 360 came out?
I got my hand on a test report that confirms what was bothering Chase. The attackers used excessive measures to make bodies and
The
equipment
Thief for like
unidentifiable.
360 came out.
God, Megan.
That one
What
made a
do you
lot of
make
people
of this,
upset.
Adam?
I don't know exactly. I guess the idea was to leave no traces, no DNA evidence that would link back to them. But it just seems a bit too convenient.
Human Revolution was 2011, Thief was 2014.
Someone in the government, a man named Manderley,
Really funny
ordered
how
that
time
a
ended up
specially appointed
kind
medical
of twisting on
examiner
those two.
perform the autopsy. He bypassed the local ME.
And then Prey came out.
Simply put,
between
that's not a
Io's
good
sales
sign.
up with Tomb Raider.
Sure doesn't
They
sound
did.
good.
The Tomb
So
Raider
what you're
reboots
telling
were around
me
that
is
time.
we couldn't find anything conclusive?
No, I'm sorry. But one thing's for sure. Somebody's been hard at work covering up and destroying evidence related to this case. Somebody
Because
with
this
power.
also,
who wanted
because
to
now that I
erase
think about it,
anything
around
might
that
have made the
time, this would have
investigation linger.
been like the middle of the Mass Effect trilogy. Why would I not give her the bracelet?
I'm sorry, Cassandra. I wish I had more tangible answers to give you. But I did stumble on something I think you should have. I found Megan's bracelet. I'm sure she'd want you to have it.
Oh, Adam, that's very kind of you. Her grandmother gave it to her. She loved that bracelet very
Now
much.
that I think about it, you really
Thank
see a
you
lot of...
for all you did. And, do you...
I don't want to say Mass Effect DLC.
Do you know
Not Mass
exactly
Effect
how
DLC,
Megan
Mass Effect
died?
DNA in this.
I read the reports. She didn't suffer.
It was also made by an
I can
awesome
promise you
studio,
that.
same studio as
Thank you,
Deus Ex
Adam.
One.
It's
that
not
coincidence?
much, but it still brings me some comfort. I miss her so much.
Don't worry, Cassandra, this is not over. I don't know how or when, but I will get to the bottom of this.
I knew I was right to trust you, Adam. But
'Cause-
please, be careful. It's strange. I thought knowing what really happened would make me feel better. But nothing will ever justify this. My daughter is gone, and I'll never get her back. I wish I could be sure she gets justice.
Trust me, she will.
God, what was I saying? It's funny thinking back to Deus Ex 1, because that was around in a very different era of PC games. That was in a very different era of PC games. And like, goals and expectations were very different. I can connect actually through Derelict Row through here, huh? Whereas this came out in an era that was very back when the PC, yeah, that was rough. Oh, that's right. You can do this unless you have the strength upgrade, and I never had this. You sure? It was in a very different era, whereas, like, even this, like, cover-based shooting, like, you can really tell that this was from the mid-2000s, like, late 2000s. Cover-based shooting, your element, your abilities and stuff, like, there's a lot of, Mass Effect DLC, Mass Effect DNA, why do I keep wanting to say DLC? Mass Effect DNA in this, or at least, like, taking notes from it, while also still taking notes from, like, okay, we do wanna... God, I remember. God, that's so weird. A lot of Mass Effect DNA, a lot of the cover-based stuff, a lot of the quote-unquote modern kind of RPG and game conventions. That was too far for me to see with my dot. Ow. Because it was just a very different type of environment. And then, ooh. This sucks. And then you had, God. And then you had Deus Ex, like the first one that came out around the time of, like, System Shock. Like, the 0451 games. There's a lot of different, I'm trying to, like, find the right words to put it. Also made by Canadian Dev Studio. They were. I completely forgot about that. Like, this is a very interesting, I don't want to say hodgepodge because that's kind of mean. It's all a big mix of games that came out kind of around that time, which isn't bad. All because you're like taking elements from what
Jensen.
other people kind
How
of
can I
are
help you,
used
Francis?
You know why I'm contacting you.
to. Do you?
The transmission that's making a mockery of your security efforts?
It's keeping a back door open into our network. None of us are secure unless you find the antenna that's sending it and shut it down.
For you, anything.
Oh, that made noise. The options between kind of the optional stealth or fighting your way through. It's a lot of, I want to say quote unquote modern, but so more of a mid 2000s kind of mid 2000s RPG design, and especially cover-based shooters. Canadian Studios talks a lot. That's why they often have the same tropes so fast. That explains why a lot of that Ubisoft stuff from around that era definitely were around, to say the least. I realize I'm kind of burning through ammo when I don't have the ammo for this. Bad. Bad.
Go ahead and run. Make sure he's gone.
This sucks. I don't want to say it's like necessarily like a bad hodgepodge. The game actually starts a fair bit of stuff with Assassin's Creed 1 and 2. That... You know what? That actually would explain a lot. Not necessarily like specific gameplay systems, but like certain decisions that were made. Like that feels very appropriate.
This environment, the whole courtyard environment, was the very first one where we basically tested outside of very independent gyms, very safe and static gyms from the programmer side. But this is where the actual in-game environment where we wanted to test, to play out with how the AI respond correctly from the player on the stealth aspect and also the combat aspect. And we had also the police station, but police station was mostly corridors. Here we had a very open type of environment with verticality and whatnot. So it was a very old environment, but it was almost a test gen that we actually produced and left in the game. So.
Couldn't really pay like full attention to that. Ooh, it is remarkable how much, but like, in terms of stuff between like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, I can kind of see it a little bit in the HUD. Not necessarily like the contextual menus,
Jensen.
but like
How can I help
the
you,
stylings
Francis?
of it.
You know why I'm contacting you.
The transmission that's making a mockery of your security efforts?
So let's
It's
try
keeping a back door open
this.
into our network. None of us are secure unless you find the antenna that's sending it and shut it down.
For you, anything.
I don't want to say like it looks like Ubisoft HUD design, because I feel like that gets a little bit too much flack, and it is like there's a reason why a lot of people were able to play Assassin's Creed like very easily, because a lot of people tend to forget controls, and especially in context. Where are you? I can't shoot through those. A lot of combat folks, I think led to the quick takedowns in HR. that would explain... Where are you? Reflex booster. Take down 2 opponents at once. Because you rarely even get an opportunity to do that unless the game like very deliberately sets it up for you. But even then, even if it does set it up for you, you have multiple ways of getting around that. Or like dealing with those situations. I don't kind of want to fight my way through. I don't want to fight my way through if I have a few options of taking people out without drawing too much attention. I still want to use my guns, but I don't want to go into like full-on direct fights anymore. Because I don't think those will end well for me. I think this is a broken wall. Yeah, this is a wall I could break, but I don't have the praxis kit for it. But like you see a mix of a lot of different genre conventions. Not necessarily genre conventions, but like elements from this era. Like the cover base. Ooh. Like where is a good example? The cover base combat, some of the menuing, which feels more kind of like just... No, because some of the menuing definitely is like inventory management is definitely part of for 5.1 games, because I don't want to say necessarily just immersive sims. But also some parts of it also kind of feel like inspired by RE4. But even then, like you don't really need to menu if you stealth through so much of it, because you're not carrying weapons. You don't need to carry as many weapons, you're just carrying a bunch of stuff on you. But then the upgrade system that allows you to basically play in like 3 different ways, which is like either mainly focused on stealth, mainly focused on combat. Hacking kind of can connect into stealth, can also connect into other things. This toxic gas thing, probably this game's equivalent of the swimming upgrade. Not necessarily useless, but the few cases where you do use it is so... You're kidding me. Is so minor that you don't really ever need to care about it. Let's think this through. Hang on. It was made after I played segment MGS4. That is the boss fight in... That's the boss fight in China. That undeniably feels like either the boss fight in China or the fight at the end. I'm saying that mostly because of either the stealth camo that the boss of that segment uses, or how one of the boss fights near the end of MGS4 is like. I didn't think that would work on me. I didn't think it would be used on me. You're outside, aren't you? You are. Can I switch my laser sight? Because it actually would be... No, I cannot. I should have put it on the, big room with the railing sounding... It's this big room, I think, with the railing sounding a dip in the middle. With a railing with a dip in the middle? I think that's the 3rd boss fight. Because the first one's just a big open room. The first one's a big open room. The second one is the stealth fight that you can make like 30 times harder if you don't get the upgrade. Oh, this is a lot of people. The room you're talking about sounds like the one where the third boss fight happens. Damn it. I want to take the ammo. Just take the weapon. I just want the ammo. Please let me reload. This game definitely is not a shooter first. Honestly, I'm kind of better... Honestly, more happy with it not being a shooter first. But it also means that I never really got to experiment with how combat in this game really operates. But I'm honestly kind of fine with it. Because, oh my god. Because the more that I think about it, definitely not in the mirror. Because the more I think about it, like, I think the biggest issue, at least with, like, RPGs from around this time, was that they were very focused on the three-pronged, like, choose to play the way that you want, or some type of ethos like that. Which is very, like, either... Because when they say play the way you want, it means you can pick how to play in one of three styles, which is shoot your way through, sneak your way through, or some third element that wasn't really... either wasn't really appealing, or was just lacking in terms of being as efficient as speccing fully in the other three. And I don't mean that in, like, a mean way. Like, they would always try to go for something kind of interesting, but either general audiences would have preferred either combat, or people would sneak by because it was most effective, since it's the most resource, since it would save your resources the most, or it'd get you the most EXP. That is also something I'm gonna blame on Far Cry, which also, again, just leads back to me blaming Ubisoft.
The pro-human organization had received permission to gather in...
Though I won't necessarily say, like, blaming them. It was more of just... It's kind of the fault when you're... What's that peeping? It's more of a result of when you make a very popular game. When you make a very popular game, and it's very dangerous if I shoot that. When you make a very popular game, and it's on console, and a lot of games around this time literally just could not be out on console. Whoops. I think this was the era where it was like you developed for console first, and then PC was definitely kind of like a... Not necessarily like as secondary. It was still on the minds, and it was still very clearly important. That's why, like, you still have your shortcut menu here. Because I remember using the radio menu when it was on 360. Console was definitely the bottleneck. Which led to a lot of, kind of, I don't want to say design constraints, because that sounds like PS3 limitations, but it was very much, you're like, okay, we have to make this game playable for people who will be playing this entirely on a controller. Which also meant that you had to introduce them to things that they, might not have ever had to deal with before on console. Or it also meant making shortcuts and menus and stuff like that. Persistent menus within menus.
Access granted.
Inactive.
Boss, is that back door still open?
No, good job. Frank just sent me the all clear. Now it's time to find the bastards who attacked us. Farida, you standing by?
On the line, boss. Jensen, you reading me?
Loud and clear.
Stay close to the antenna. Pritchard sent me the coordinates for it. I'm coming to pick you up.
Very convenient helipad right here. And I got a Praxis kit. So economic factors, a lot of people are stuck on last gen hardware, almost to levels we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah. A lot of people are either stuck on quote unquote last gen. A lot of people still play on their Xbox Ones, PS4s. A lot of people are using older PC stuff, PC hardware. A lot of people are playing games also on their phone, which is also why you end up seeing a lot of gacha. Also why you end up seeing a lot of gachas that are both playable on like computer, both playable on mobile and also playable on PC. Like very.
Here's the antenna that we need to shut down to end this this part of the quest. Thing is that it looks like a pretty normal antenna at
not
this
necessarily
point,
future-proof, but more
it used to be very, very high design, I guess.
Keeping the
we had designed something that looked nothing
keeping
like
the entry floor available.
And nobody guessed, oh, that's an antenna.
No, people would just get there and just like start spinning in circles looking for a goddamn antenna, and the whole time they were just right next to it. But I thought it looked nice, but you just have to realize at one point, this design really sucks, and
Did form over function or function over form? I forget.
That was form over function, literally, and then we ended up putting it into function over form. Yeah.
But what's cool with also the antenna, once it works and people know that it is an antenna, actually, it's that you can go there before having the actual mission, and you can complete the objective ahead of the time.
Yeah, and we had a lot of fun with that one, just kind of trying to figure out what would happen if you went to it first. And I personally love what happens with Pritchard when you do that, and you're like, Pritchard, what? And he doesn't answer. And it was very funny here on the team because not everybody knew that within our team that we had planned it, that you could do it out of order. And I remember one of the programmers one day sitting down and playing the game and suddenly realized, wait a minute, I'm going to go straight to derelict run. I'm going to shut down that antenna and trick game design and prove to them that they didn't figure it all out. And then they got there and they shut it down and they heard Pritchard's dialogue and they thought, oh my God, they really did figure everything out ahead of time. So we were smart that time.
Yes, that time.
Like Half-Life 2 had a good grasp of make it look alien, but I know what it is. And Half-Life Alyx. Yeah. That's kind of like the cost of sometimes being a little bit too creative. Or like trying to say, like, hey, go to point A, go to point B, and interact with object C. Either some people will get lost on the way to point B, or they'll get to point B and they'll be like, wait, what do I do? Where's object C? Then the object's right next to them, but because it doesn't look like what they imagine
Mr.
object C to be,
your limo has arrived. You ready to leave?
then they get lost.
Yeah, let's go.
Great. Detroit local. This is Syrup Industries Bravo Echo 008. Continuing on.
They added handgun because of Half-Life 2. Parts of it do. Is that supposed to be a hiding post? Parts of it do look familiar to how the handgun is in the handgun is in Half-Life 2. I'm unfamiliar with the model, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Richard, you got coordinates on that factory yet?
I was only able to pinpoint an approximate area, Jensen. So scout around and look for anything unusual. I'll keep monitoring the frequency in case it suddenly goes active.
So right now we're looking at the FEMA merchant, the gangers who can sell you weapons. This was something that I think we decided to introduce. Originally we had the plan that you would only get merchants in the areas who would do it, but we wanted to kind of vary things up. And so we were asked to write for this merchant, but sometimes when you're writing for games, you're writing a long time before the actual, certain details, like you don't know how much things cost, you don't even know what's in their stockpiles, but we didn't realize that at first. So this was a real challenge because we had written and we had recorded a whole bunch of lines for this that actually were going off of information we thought at the time was accurate, such as how much things cost and what weapons would be offered to you, and we'd actually written it using those lines and those words, only to discover much later that when we were doing the balancing that we couldn't give them those weapons and that things needed to cost more money. And since we'd already recorded it all, we actually had to kind of do this hack into the system and totally change with the lines that we had and try and just use lines that were very neutral and stuff. So this was quite a headache to create this merchant.
Didn't I tell you this ahead of time and you just didn't listen to me?
No.
Yo, what's good, man? You looking for some new toys? I can make you a good deal.
Might be a good idea to stock up. What do you have?
Shit, son. We got some hot items right now. Check it out. What you need?
Oh wow, that's why they made that super... Wait. 2 grenades for 400? That means each grenade is like 200, or at least one is 100, the other one's 300. No, but they're both gas grenades. Well, one's a gas grenade, one's an EMP.
I could use some more ammo.
Oh, none of these are ammo that I need. How expensive is this stuff?
Now. Thanks for the offer.
All good, son. Peace. And watch your back.
Gep gun is really nice, but I'm not going non-lethal. I only have like 2k. I don't need these many weapons. I think I'll use the sniper rifle for a bit and then I'll probably throw it away. The Gep gun is funny, but I also do have the Typhoon that I want to use.
So now Jensen enters into is about to enter the FEMA camp and everything. In the story, what happens really is that when Jensen gets there, that the Black Ops are about to wrap up like their operation in Detroit, and they're supposed to fly away for another mission. And we were supposed to see a lot of Black Ops really wrapping up, like putting back their gears in the trucks and stuff like that.
Have the cranes on the trucks, picking up crates.
Exactly. And that's in the cutscene. We see a few in the background at some point, but it's very subtle. And
You see the crane.
when we were back in gameplay, we were supposed to have scripted events that were continuing to tell that story. But we ran out of time and we weren't able to pull this off. So in the end, it stayed very, very shallow.
No loose ends, Bennett. I'll make the call.
Malik, get out of sight now.
Why? What's going on?
They're here.
That's why you don't really see a lot, but you see that guy taking a smoke break. Huh.
Going in.
It sucks how...
Orders are orders. Besides, we're about to pull out anyway.
Hang on, there's like 3 guys there. We ran... Yeah. Especially with Square Enix around this time, a lot of it is like, we ran out of time. Actually, hang on. I can press F2. F2 is my Typhoon, I think. Hang on, I gotta do this. I have to run for this.
I see you! Responding!
I pressed the wrong thing. I don't think that's F2, I think that's F1.
Malik, get
I need to double check, because I want to... I want to use. I want to use my Typhoon once. Typhoon is F2, but I have ammo for it.
Out of sight, now.
Why? What's going on?
They're here. The mercs who killed Megan and her team.
Fuck.
I'm going in.
Orders are orders. Besides, we're about to pull out anyway.
There we go. Oh, this sucks. That's like the first and only time I've ever actually been able to use the Typhoon to kill somebody. Oh, that sucks. Wait. I had my red up for a second there. Interesting.
So here we're on the edge of the FEMA camp map outside, and on the other side of the fence we can see that there are some coffins that were alluding to
the real FEMA camps.
The real FEMA camps.
Well, that people think.
The
exactly.
conspiracy.
Conspiracy,
of the FEMA camps.
with all the coffins.
The only thing that is unfortunate here, they are there, but
we can't see them.
We can't see them, so it's really hard to really appreciate what it is. But if you didn't realize before, now you know.
And we tried to supplement it with some of the emails that you can find to kind of get that sense that this is all about that conspiracy of FEMA having secret concentration camps, preparing for the end of the world.
Exactly.
That's one of the spider tanks. That's another one of those. I don't want to fight those. I keep forgetting that so much of the, like, Deus Ex world is based around, like, oh, what if these conspiracy theories were real? That's a lot of those tanks. Oh, that's a way to stop the round. Oh, come on. I have so little space. I need more space. I might end up having to buy a lot of those space upgrades. Actually, that is a tier 3 lock. Ow. Thankfully I can just jump over it. Sometimes it does cause those theories. That's the very kind of dangerous thing. That's items. That's the kind of somewhat dangerous thing when it comes to whenever you make fiction, especially about like real world theories and stuff. Especially for a lot of people who don't really have I guess I want to say like healthy. How do I say it? I don't want to say like healthy perspectives, because that's a very different thing. Who have very, I guess, who are able to kind of just like have fun with the conspiracy theory rather than people who actually believe in it. Because people who don't know any better would be like, oh, why does this have this? And it's like, oh, because of this stuff that actually happens. And it's like, wait, that's real? And there's not that level of, oh, I know that this is a theory. That's the part of it. Like, a lot of people have to know that. Some people would need to know that it's a theory before they end up actually believing in it. Because it's like, why would this game talk about this thing if it's so serious and stuff like that? So that must mean that everything they talk about is so serious and real. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you can just have fun to have fun. Sometimes like you're meant to be in on the joke, but then if you don't know that it's a joke, some people will take it as like, oh, that's real. But that's not necessarily the creator's fault. It's something that kind of just happens with anyone who engages in art. I take it that was a way to sneak in. I know that there was something I wanted to... I love that takedown so much. Go. Come on. Whatever. I remember I typed this one in so many times and I don't remember why. The more I don't think I ever saw this. Huh. The more I play this, the more I'm thinking about playing, Mankind Divided. Mostly because I remember really enjoying that. I remember I really enjoyed that, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot of the side quests. Why was there... I think this era was before texturing was solved, so there's still a lot of style. I think I get what you mean. Like, there's a lot of, hang on, I gotta make sure I'm not looking, like, through it. Like, there's a lot of dirt and grime, kind of just in the texture itself. Oops. Like, looking at it too closely, like looking at that stone pillar and then looking at that brick wall, like, there is a very noticeable difference. But it's not too noticeable, and it lends itself to a style. But then you also have to kind of keep in mind, at least for this game, is that a Magnum? That this is the non-yellow filter version. Because the original came out and had that very infamous yellow filter, which this director's cut very heavily cut back on, to the point where it basically isn't even here. And that definitely cut in... I don't want to say cut into... it definitely impacted certain perceptions of this game. Because everyone was like, wow, this game's really cool, it's really awesome, I like seeing all this futuristic styling and stuff. I don't like the piss filter. You have the sniper. Oh no, I can't see. Did I miss? I did. I didn't see the grenade under me. Actually, I could probably snipe everybody in here perfectly fine. Oh, wait, this puts me up here. Okay. Actually, that only makes me want to do this more then. Because they're the only one up here.
Nearing source of disturbance.
I missed. Still have 5 shots. 5 shots, more than enough to kill anything that moves.
1 shot! Nearing source of disturbance.
2 more shots. It's the guy under me screaming. The way the fog emissions are handled in a different style, like this room is full of atmosphere and a lot of stuff. That tends to tone down visibility. Yeah, like I can't look directly across.
What happened here?
And it very fits into the, I'm so bad. It fits very well with, like, making it feel like a dingy warehouse. But the fog isn't, like... It's not like you're in a... like a sweatshop or anything. It's just filling the atmosphere. Huh, so that's a way of getting up. Wait, that means I missed my, sniper. I missed my, magnum. Like, this is a really good look at it. Like, the lighting and style. Like, you see how hazy it is, and it also works well with the textures. Like, nothing really stands out, but it also blends more into the, it sells the atmosphere. Take this. Everybody should be dead, because I don't have the, cautious symbol anymore. I can also shoot this. I'm actually gonna have to shoot that. Shut up. I will always take atmosphere over sheer... atmosphere and style over just sheer graphical power. Ooh, give. I'm like scrounging. Hang on. Might have threw you too far. Yeah, it's very hazy, but like the enemies are also very legible and you can tell exactly where they are. It's style without getting in the way of legibility. Wait. Oh! I never knew about this route. That's actually really cool. Now that I'm not sneaking through, it gives me a chance to actually go back through the area and see how intricate all these routes are. That's really cool. Because I'm going this way, lets me sneak in through here. Let me drop this just for a moment. So if I combine that, it means I can pick up more ammo for my pistol, which also means I can use it for more, use more of that space. NTL SAC 59. One thing that I do also really like about playing this on a PC is being able to just type on my keyboard of actually putting in the passcodes. It's diegetic. It makes you feel a part of the world.
Okay, so now we're in the elevator. We're going into the actual FEMA facility. We had a lot of discussions about because when you get at the bottom of the elevator, right, you're going to have the reveal of the box guard because as of now, what you've seen some of those kind of weird boxes that's still.
Richard, back to Sarah. We may have a problem here.
Wonderful.
Adam, talk to me.
This factory, where the hacker's signal originated, it's got FEMA signs all over it. I think it's some kind of internment camp.
FEMA? That's impossible. Half of our contracts are government issue.
I know, but the soldiers who attacked us are here. And from the looks of it, they've got access to some pretty impressive equipment.
I better make some calls. Find out who's giving the orders and get back to me.
No, there's not one in the elevator. It's outside the elevator. Damn it. I'm going to surmise that the thing that they were talking about was the fact that, like, hey, here's a way of introducing what those things are. You've seen those blocks around here a bunch of times. Now you actually get to see and, like, understand what those are. And they give you an EMP grenade. I don't want to fight that. I also don't know if it's controlled by one of those guys, which also means I'd probably be better off shooting one of them. Okay, I have ammo I can spend. But the question is, do I want to? Let me put... Okay, I have 2 of these. Let me put that on 6. Because I don't think I've ever fought one of those. At least not in a direct fight. Ah! Those instantly get rid of
The
it.
cool thing about FEMA is that we really sat down and tried to figure out how, and I guess in a mechanical way, the place would function into processing all the arrival of the prisoners.
That is twice now that a grenade has just killed me.
Cool thing about FEMA is that we really sat down and tried to figure out how, and I guess in a mechanical way,
Now I saw it.
The place would function into processing all the arrival of the prisoners, you know, the citizens that are going to be contained there, and it's like each room has a purpose for it. You know, what in this first room here has these big cages, if you want, like this mass cells, which is where we thought they would just kind of all shove them in there, like in masses, and wait for and where they can wait for being taken separately and being interrogated and processed and all that kind of stuff. So, and as you go down the elevator, you can see there's many floors with like each of the floors has these big mass containment cells.
I'm not touching that one with the 10-foot bolt. Stealth option locked behind the enhanced strength upgrade. Can't mess with the alarm panel. Can I shoot that? Nope. That was also one of my pistol shots.
Nearest source of disturbance. We know someone's here. Keep looking.
What do you mean?
Got him in sight.
I actually want to save this grenade.
Still here. Find him.
Just step out the door. That was like a point blank. Okay, it's a double barrel, so I'll use both barrels. Let's see. You've got to be kidding me. I'm selling the shotgun. think this is like a pre-order weapon too. I'm like 95% certain. I hate this. Wait, do I have to activate the... No, it just deactivates every time I switch. Okay. A rocket launcher. I need to stop saying it like that. Ugh. I don't even think I have the space even if I wanted it. Plus I would sell it because it's not like I'm going to use it for a while. I'm better off holding onto... I'm better off just holding onto the rockets to sell it. That's probably just an option for getting rid of the tank. I know they're like security drones, but I'm never gonna stop calling them like small tanks, like Tachikomas. Do I really not have the space for this? I don't. Because they're all individual too, and that's Typhoon ammo. No, I don't need tranquilizer darts. But I can hold on to them, because I can sell those. What was up here? Also, sprinting in this game is so limited. Like, your stamina is nothing. Yeah, you use Neural Hub for every computer here. Yeah, it's better off if I just get rid of the shotgun because I'm not going to use it. I personally also just want to hold on to the revolver, but I'm not really going to use that much either. Actually, let me set these up so I can... 3, 4, put that on 5. Let me put these on... No more grenade is 6. Stun is 7. EMP is 8. And then we're good. What was this for? Ooh. Thankfully, I have... Do I have these? Oh, I should put these on 0. Yeah. Come on, you heard that. You know what? I'm just gonna block you from being able to come in here. I don't need trank darts. Oh, so nothing. Cool. Wait.
I think it came from around here.
Open a door. I dare you. I don't know who shot me, but they instantly killed me. Do I at least spawn in this? Okay, I spawn up here. This I can accept. Drop this, use this. Now I'm using like Resident Evil ammo tactics. Wait, I'm on a complete opposite side now. No, I'm not on the opposite side. I'm just in a parallel room. Or not? Where am I? No, I went back. Okay. That's stun ammo. Whoops, I went the wrong way. Can use neural hub for this one too. Wait, I have to make sure to click on this. Huh, I didn't want that. Hold this. I'm not gonna... I can't pick that up because I already used... Alright, fine. Whatever. Yeah, it's after I reset all my stuff. Whatever. Tranquilizer darts. More things I don't need. So let's not throw the boxes this time. At this point, I just go through these to make sure that there's not a password that I need. Or if there is a password that I need, I get rid of it. What? Oh, you're there. Damn it. Let me reload this while I have time. Where are you going? I need armor. I can't keep doing this. I can't shoot through the railing, but neither can they. Alright, fine. Don't I have a praxis kit? I should probably buy that thermal armor. I really need to buy that thermal armor. Because right now I'm way too fragile. You've got to be kidding me. This sucks. You've got to be kidding me. I can't shoot through the railing. Okay, let's rethink this. Either this works or it doesn't. Come on. Again. That's really close. That might be the last one, but I don't want to risk it. right after the next volley. There's a security turret there. It feels like there's one more. Can't shoot that far. I have a feeling that was the automated turret that's hostile towards me. Okay, yeah, looks like everybody in here is... Looks like I got rid of everybody in here. I have to be very careful or else that automated turret's gonna just kill me. But as for the people that can move around and shoot me, I'm safe. Or at the very least, they're dealt with. Neural hub. You really shouldn't have all of your security computers all have the same password. Stun gun darts, don't need. Security office. I'm mainly shooting the cameras to test that if I get rid of them, will that make the alarm stop? More stun gun. They still use fax in this day and age? Okay, this is where I came from. So now I just need to go down. Which is... unfortunately this way. Which also means I have to deal with the turret. Hear that one sound my fight or flight activates. Antenna still use. Oh, you love to see it. I love JPEGs so much. Nintendo still used to use fax during this time. Yeah. There's still some reasons to use it for certain documents, but like in the far-flung future, well, not necessarily super far-flung. Wait.
So here we have kind of like the second part of the FEMA, I guess, processing ways of for the prisoners and whatnot. And this is where the prisoners would be taken out of the mass cells one by one, and they would be put into these individual cells, and where they would wait to be processed. And on the left side of that room, there's all these cubicles, if you want, where officers of FEMA or whatever, you know, slice of the government would be there to interrogate, question, and file each of the prisoner. And what's interesting is if you enter each one of these cubicles, they're kind of empty, or there's like, you know, the desks have been starting to being put together, and there's like construction material and boxes and stuff like that, to show that, you know, that this specific FEMA camp is not finished yet.
And that ties in as well to the kind of the backstory that we were having here, is that this is a secret facility that's under construction. The Spec Ops are not a part of it, but what they are is they have come, the Illuminati has basically pulled the strings with their FEMA friends and said, we need to use your facility, get everybody out while we get our guys in.
Yeah,
so
the construction
workers and everyone were pulled out in order to bring the Spec Ops to let them do their top secret black op in here.
In Detroit, which was basically storming Seraph HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Slight story spoilers in this, I guess. But I was always... I'll admit, I never fully understood, like, the point and kind of significance of this place. I always thought it was kind of weird that a warehouse like this would be here. Like, I always just thought, like, oh, it's weird that this is here. Not weird as in, like, oh, what is this doing in the game, but weird as in, like, I didn't know the point or purpose of it being here. I didn't know all that FEMA backstory stuff. Let me save just so I don't have to go through that again.
You see it? I saw that.
You've got to be kidding me. There's no spread on this? Why do you have a grenade? Oh, that's a lingering area of effect.
Too late to hide.
So we had a really interesting idea that was brought to us by one of the level designers when we were going through the original iterations of FEMA, and he wanted us to kind of have this puzzle through dialogue. We had this plan that even though this facility had been used by FEMA and the FEMA officials were all pulled out and the Spec Ops were there were still 2 FEMA officials who would be present there while the Spec Ops were there, and they would not be enemies. They would be civilians who would be
like neutrals.
Neutral characters, and we wanted to create this setup where if you stumbled upon these guys, if you played your cards right, you could convince them that you were one of the Spec Ops, and in doing so, you would be able to get the code for a secret barrack area and get this stuff. And so we had built this entire complex puzzle through dialogue that you could bluff your way through, do all this stuff. And it was really fun, and it was interesting how it all worked. And the one problem was that we had to go through so many iterations of the development of the levels themselves that their location in the facility kept moving. And they ended up being put into a location where it wasn't anymore kind of like a pinhole that you could only come in from one direction. You could actually come from several directions because of the layout. So we kind of lost that forced encounter. And because of that,
if you triggered the alarm, also,
if you trigger the alarm, the chaos. So I've played this level, and I've been told you still can do it in such a way that you can actually have that conversation. But I've never been able to, because every time I walk into this room, they already see me as an enemy.
And they attack on site.
And they attack on site. So if you can actually get that puzzle, it might be quite fun to try.
Those are hardcore civilians, man.
Well, you're never always gonna get what you want. That would explain this. That's interesting, though. I never heard of that. And all that work just for me to use a shotgun on both of them. Though to be fair, I did walk up to them, and then their response was to throw an EMP grenade at me. Why do you have an organ in your locker? So I'm assuming this is basically a break room. Blomp blomp, unfortunately.
Jensen, that frequency we tracked just got a burst of activity. I think these guys might be pulling out.
Yeah, I've kind of been getting that feeling. Any idea who's running
Spare
the show?
kidney that you need to keep in your locker.
Kind of code. But from what I can gather, the guy giving the orders is still a level below you.
Nice job, Pritchard. I'll find him.
Okay, so that one was Pritchard calling me, not the, Is there even a reason for me to sneak past this? Okay. So then... This is if I made my way through here from the second floor. Yes. Level design. I bust him. Actually, I really want that. I could really use that. This will give me bonus health, right? Yes. I don't know if that's temp health. No, because eating one's not gonna do much. Sniper ammo, rifles, remote detonative explosive. I could use that. I could use all of this. Let me drop this for like a split second then. Okay, yeah, it is temp health. Alright. So I can use that at the very least. Huh?
So cool room here with all the box guards stacked on the shelves. But before I talk about the room, I want to get a bit into the box guards and what they are and where the concept comes from. So we knew that we would have a robot. Well, different classes of robots, like just like in the first Deus Ex, and robots that probably serve somewhat the same purposes as in Deus Ex 1. The box guard would be our biggest one.
Yep.
Wasn't named box guard at the beginning, but we knew we wanted a walker and all that kind of stuff. And concept artist Thierry Doison, or Baron Thierry, he's the kind of guy, he comes from industrial design, and so he really thinks his concept through, which is what concept art should be. And he figured out we've designed a world where there's a lot of mercenaries, there's a lot of private wars, these themes are really
going through the world in different places.
Exactly, so these are really present themes in the game. So he figured, there's probably a lot of like independent weapons manufacturers, and they don't just sell to countries, they sell to all sorts of private armies and like Blackwater and all that kind of stuff. So he said, hey, this robot that probably a lot of people buy, instead of coming in disassembled in different boxes or even assembled in one big box, it's like its own box. It comes folded in, and then you receive it. You receive your shipment, one box guide, 2, 3, a dozen, whatever you ordered. And then there's like a password. Is it your retina? Is it your fingerprint? And you enter it on the box guard, on the box itself, and it just kind of unfolds, and that was really cool.
What is cool about that too is that the fact that originally we were thinking about our biggest robot as a walker, like kind of RoboCop style,
like two-legged.
Exactly,
two-legged, yeah.
Two-legged. And when Baron Thierry came up with that idea, we were all psyched, like it was all fresh and new and something totally different. And we just fully embraced it, and we couldn't wait for the real box guard coming to life.
And it's been the actual concept, the idea is Baron Thierry, and then it was kind of like upgraded by Jim Murray, like the final design. The final design was but it was a collaboration. It was a collaboration and stuff like that. Yeah. So the room itself that we're seeing here, the idea that now that from the first room of the FEMA camp, that these boxes transform into robots, the idea was a bit to instill fear into the players,
like
seeing
will they open,
are they gonna transform, open, and stuff like that. So hopefully, we generated a bit of fear in the players through this.
And if not, it still remains a cool room.
It's a nice room.
Yeah, so
and
atmospheric room.
You know what I think about every time I see it? How expensive that room must be, because if you think technologically speaking, these box guards they got to be, I don't know, maybe like $50 million a piece or something.
At least $1,000.
So there's at least a few grand in that room. Yeah.
Really cool. Wait, that was Yeah, it's this one. Okay. I think they nailed the effect on that. The slow lights turning on too. Reminds me of a moment from Shadow Moses when you go back in MGS4. Why can't I open this one? Wait, why can't I move this one? I can't even break it. Weird, but okay.
So Antoine, with the Barrett bus fight, actually went through multiple revisions, like most bus fights, all bus fights, should I say. You remember it was multi-stage at first.
Yeah, originally we had Barrett use I think it was on a second level ledge or something with the guards and everything. It was supposed to take snapshots of you or something with I think it was the sniper rifle. Then we wanted it to be the first time the player actually gets the sniper rifle originally. So when you beat Barrett, you actually get this as a reward. True. But then later we gave it earlier on in the map.
And we were also supposed to support on the design that if you were using the tranquilizer gun, and eventually you could put them to sleep. And
yeah, you could actually render everybody unconscious. But then it went into a bit of a problem with the story itself, where actually Barrett, you need to sort of
disappear.
Yeah, exactly. Question him and everything, and then he sort of commits suicide and all that stuff. So that kind of blurred the stuff. And we cut the first section of the boss fight, which is the second level layer. You know, he was on a balcony and then he jumped down. So eventually it turned out to be just this room with Barrett in it. And so it became a one-on-one, mano-a-mano sort of confrontation.
And originally also we were supposed to be able to maintain stealth, and depending on how you were playing in the map before getting to the boss fight, it would influence what kind of tools the boss would have. Like, let's say if you went in his room before, you find his room before the boss, you would pick up something, then therefore it was something that he couldn't use in his...
Exactly. That's something we wanted to do. We didn't have time to do it, and with all the sort of constraints we had, we actually looked back at it and used the philosophy in the missing link later, which made sense a lot.
Barrett's a big guy.
Huge.
John had to speak.
I think we're done.
That's very interesting to hear. Especially after the story for so long was that, like, oh, they outsourced the boss fights, which is why they were so different. But it sounds like at the very least that they were... Sounds like no, they were at least working on it for... They had more of a hand in the boss fights than a lot of the stories kind of led on. But then you can also say that they probably ran into time constraints, which also caused them to have to make decisions which, combine that with the story issues that they also talked about, it turned the fights more linear.
Well, looky here. We got us a Boy Scout.
He must be the one who mucked up my operation at the morgue.
Get rid of him, Barrett.
Oh, that's gonna be a pleasure.
That also explains why he kind of just sneaks up on you. Explains why he just sneaks up on you instead of okay. Explains why he kind of just sneaks up on you, since you have to start in phase 2 effectively. So it explained why he's so very aggressive and has these multi-grenade attacks. I never threw that at him before. That's actually really interesting. That sucks. That explains why he's like super aggressive like immediately. Can I skip this? Which way am I coming? Oh.
You boy. Bombs away, Boy Scout.
Not what I'm looking for. That was very dangerous. Uh-oh. I'm so dead. I should have opened my inventory to pick up something. I'm trying to maximize damage. I'm trying to maximize damage while also throwing out my shotgun ammo. Like, this shotgun just is not doing it. Throw.
Play dirty. There's gonna pay for that. Play dirty. You boy.
I do like that he's throwing this the complete wrong way.
So, Barrett.
Wow.
Interesting story about the
That
actor
was
with this one and how we cast for Barrett.
actually really
I
cool.
love Barrett. In fact, Barrett was cast very early. In fact, I can even remember when we used to do our casting sessions, I would often go back and take the tapes, and the ones that I thought were interesting, I would make the scene. Like, we would go in with an audition script, and let's say this scene's Jensen and Barrett, and we were auditioning Jensen, and we had sessions with Barrett. So I would put the different Jensens together with the Barretts, and I remember one of the ones with Barrett, and I would sit just with the directors, pretty much the creative group we had here. And I remember when they heard him, like, you know, doing the scene, and it's sort of Jensen grilling him, and he's like, in FEMA, and he had that great accent that I loved. And I remember Joe turning to me going like, I love this guy. I love him, you know? And it was almost like Guillem and Jensen together. We heard them, and we were like, these guys are perfect. Like, they really brought the characters to life. And I should say, Al Guillem looks absolutely nothing like Barrett. He's probably about 5'5" and a little rounder in his late 40s, but the guy's so talented. He's been on Canadian TV shows, movies. Guy's great.
Jensen, what's going on down there? Those soldiers just sixed out like you wouldn't believe.
They see you.
No, I was flying dark in case it got hot. You all right?
I'm fine. Patch me to Sarif.
I'm getting you out of here first. Get to the LZ. I'll pick you up there.
You didn't need to bring up a site like that. That's dirty. Wait, why did my pistol move all the way over here? Because I wanted to... I guess because I was trying to fit in room. Hang on. Hang on, we're doing the... I can move this. We're doing the attaché case segment of this right now. Why do I have tranq darts? I still have rockets that I'm not going to use. Was that all of my shotgun ammo? It was. I can drop the rockets for like a brief second to pick this up, because otherwise I'd be completely out of ammo. I never did a fight like that before. I never knew that, that you could throw the fire extinguishers to stun him. I didn't know you could throw the fire extinguishers to stun him. I didn't know you could... Well, I never tried throwing the, explosive barrels at him. I remember you can go up here if you're doing, like, a stealth hacking thing. If you didn't want to kill him directly... vodka, smokes, and a shotgun. Oh. It's a way to sneak from one end of the duct to the other. Cool. More alcohol. I don't know why the music's playing, though. If I remember, I think this whole the hacking and being able to use turrets to get rid of him was all stuff that was added in the director's cut. Like, those open, and I believe these have access to either weapon caches or turrets. So if you have your hacking skill up, you can use that to deal with them instead of you having to, like, rely on whatever weapons and ammo you had. So that way you have another option, as opposed to just kind of having to deal with it. As opposed to having, like, to pick up a random weapon and then start fighting him your entire way, like, after you just started. Because if you're going complete non-lethal route, then the weapons you brought are effectively useless. Which I guess also feeds into that whole, you were intended to be able to use non-lethal weapons on him and it would work, but that's not how things turned out. That's kind of just how game development is sometimes.
You ready to get out of here, Jensen?
Sometimes you have to make adjustments based off changes that you made later, and those changes later end up in fact impacting something earlier. And either you can course correct as best as you can, or you put a band-aid on it.
Yeah, take us back to Sarif Industries.
None too soon, if you ask me. Strap in and hold on.
But also, that was a really fun way of dealing with that boss that I don't think I've literally ever seen anybody do before. I also definitely wasn't expecting to have to shotgun dance with him either.
Jensen, I need to speak with you. Meet me in your office right away.
I'd love to, Francis, but I have to debrief Sarif first.
I suppose you could, or you could hear what I have to say and see if that doesn't change things. Pritchard out.
It's not only the pro-odds.
Fine. I guess I can go to my office.
Alchemist might see this visit as treachery.
Just saying anything is possible, so keep your eyes out for suspicious characters.
Right.
No one relaxes until Taggart and his entourage are out of the building.
That's the hint you have Taggart being here.
So right now we're looking at Pritchard standing in Jensen's office
Yep.
because he has something very important to tell you. And what this does is this kicks off the possibility of the social boss fight with Seraph.
That leads
with
to a
your
potential
boss.
side
That
quest.
leads to a potential side quest. And we wanted to make this so super complicated on ourselves because we wanted to make sure that we had this complete non-linear path. So there are so many different ways you can approach this. You can go to your office before you see Seraph. In which case, if you do, as soon as you get to Seraph's office, we spring the social boss fight on you first, rather than your next objective. But if you wanted to go see Seraph before Pritchard, then you would get there and you'd get your objective, and then you'd have to go down and see him. So there were all these many twists and turns that had to be all accounted for.
That you might end up having the boss fight or not. The
Yeah,
social boss fight.
the
or
social
not,
boss fight. And because we had to give you the chance, but we didn't want to. I think it was your rule, JF, that it can be totally optional whether you do the fight or not.
Yeah, for me it was really important that discovering more about Jensen's past was really up to the players in the sense of how they managed to move forward in the game, what they decide to do, and I think it makes for interesting replay value, and especially also that the background of Jensen, even though it's tied into the story, knowing this information was not totally critical, but it add layered of depth to it. So
it was a lot of fun to track all those challenges.
Oh yeah.
What do you want?
As much as I hate to admit it, I need your help. That signal you shut down in DRB territory. It's been active for almost a year.
I remember
You're
this.
telling me someone outside this company has had access to our network since before the first attack?
I've detected intrusions before and shut them down swiftly every time. But whoever designed this particular algorithm is good. Very good.
You've told Sarif?
See, here's the thing. The intrusions were possible because of a backdoor access into our security system that I never even knew existed.
The one Sanders' team used to get inside our plant.
I've worked here for 7 years, Jensen, and this is the first time I've seen that particular access route. David Sarif created it specifically to bypass the firewall. He's hiding something, and I think you should find out what it is.
Why me?
Because, as far as I can tell, Sarif created that access and was streaming a lot of data through it shortly after your ex-girlfriend suggested he hire you.
Get a lot of free XP for doing it. And it lets you also get access to a social boss fight. I actually really like that term, social boss fight.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jensen, isn't it?
Sir, you have that charity dinner?
In a moment, Isaiah. I was hoping I might run into you, Mr. Jensen. Bill Taggart.
The founder of the Humanity Front. I know who you are.
Yes. Yes, I imagine you do. As David Sarah's top security man, I imagine you have quite the file on me. But I assure you, Mr. Jensen, I am devastated by recent events.
Really?
I do not support what you and your company are doing to mankind. I believe it's extremely dangerous. But abolishing human enhancement technologies will only be achieved through legal means.
I'll keep that in mind.
This is your first day back since the accident 6 months ago, isn't it?
Sir, we have to go.
What happened to me was no accident.
Oh, my mistake. But it must have been stressful facing down a second incident so soon. I imagine it brought back all kinds of unpleasant memories.
Your point?
My memories are none of your damn business, Taggart.
Did I hit a nerve? Forgive me. It's my nature as a psychologist, I suppose, to want to ask the difficult questions. You see, I find that ignoring them doesn't make them go away. You might want to keep that in mind. Now, if you'll be so kind as to excuse me.
Not just yet. You got a lot of balls coming here after your followers attacked our plant. What makes you think you'd be welcome?
They were not my followers, Mr. Jensen. The Humanity Front is a peaceful organization. Radicals have no place in it.
Right.
Do you know why I formed this organization? Because I saw a technology about to run rampant. You yourself seem to be living proof of it.
I'd be dead without these enhancements.
I understand that. I also understand that on an individual level, these issues can be complicated. But we must look beyond our personal interests if we are to see mankind survive the next century.
We'll survive, all right. With or without your condolences.
You being a psychologist it doesn't give you free rein to be a dickhead.
So, the Taggart dialogue, where we wanted you to meet Taggart for the first time, was yet another one of our challenges, because we wanted to put it on the critical path and make sure that you would be forced to meet Taggart for this conversation. And originally we had planned that it would be down in the cafeteria pretty much right when you walked into Seraph from the heliport. But it had to get moved, and it had to be put into Athena's office.
Yeah, because with the cafeteria, you can come from different angles, and we weren't sure if you would be stumbling into him. So there were some complications associated to that, and also back in the day, when that decision was made, we were still supporting the chaos in Seraph Industries. You could pull out your gun and everything. And we made the decision to put him on a choke point at the end of the elevator to get to Seraph's office, because anyway you had an objective to get there. So as soon as the doors opened, then you start the conversation with Taggart.
And we also we wrote the conversation when we were told that our dialogue system could support 3 characters that could support the player, or the Jensen character, Taggart, and another character. So we'd actually written, because we wanted this conversation to not just introduce Taggart, but to introduce Isaiah Sandoval. Yeah. And so it was written and recorded so that would happen. And unfortunately, then we ended up discovering that our conversation system could only, for some reason, support 2 characters. So we had to kind of hack into the whole system, which is why we ended up separating Taggart and Sandoval, and why the 2 bodyguards who are there to protect Taggart are actually standing around Sandoval instead, and why Sandoval is kind of yelling from across the room his lines. Sir, we have to hurry. So, but in the end, we were still able to maintain most of the integrity of that dialogue, and really present Taggart as a very memorable person.
That explains why the 2 bodyguards aren't next to him. Okay. Because in a situation like this, it makes Isaiah look like the more important character. But with the way that the dialogue actually works, it makes sense why you wouldn't have those 2 actually next to him. Huh. That's actually really cool. Ooh.
Okay, here the if you actually have the social boss fight with David Seraph, I think it's one of my favorite one with Wayne Ass. Not for the same reasons. I mean, With Waynas, there's a big story, history between the two characters and stuff, but also it was the fact that it was super well animated, etc. With David Sarif, it's not on the same level of quality in terms of the technicality, but in terms of the experience, what I liked about it is that you have to go and face your boss, and depending on how you played this out, he's going to say, "I'm your boss, shut up and do your job," or like he's going to open to you and eventually reveal this side quest that you.
He was a very fun character to write, and the whole point of this was to kind of show that duplicity in his character, how he's a caring, charismatic guy, but at the same time he's got secrets and he's very sly and he can slip right out of your grasp. And we had this whole process for building these things, and the first would be to write it, and then we would test it with the team. We had a little version, and I remember
it was playable in an Excel sheet.
It was playable in an Excel sheet, and I remember sending it out to the team, and I remember people giving us their feedback to let us know. And I remember someone writing back saying, "Am I supposed to want to punch him in the teeth when I'm done with this?" And that was when we kind of knew that we were being successful with this, where you can get so frustrated with this guy, and yet
he's your boss.
He's your boss, and
That's
how do you stand up to your boss? It's a very interesting thing.
Yeah.
And if you win, you get the side quest to find out more about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you have to go back to your office and read emails to do it. So there's all these things on top of it that
needs to
need to happen.
Yeah.
A playable social boss fight through an Excel sheet.
Boss, we need to talk.
Is something wrong?
I'm not sure. Did you set up a private access route to bypass the company firewall right before you hired me?
What?
Pritchard said someone's been using it to access our system since before the first attack. The security measures he and I set in place never stopped them because we didn't even know the loophole existed.
Oh, I see. Frank's fixed that, though, right?
He has now, but he's wondering why you never mentioned it.
Frank's paranoid, Adam. You know that. Can a busy man forget things once in a while?
You streamed an awful lot of data through that portal, boss. Right before you brought me on board. Pritchard may be paranoid, but I gotta admit, I'm wondering what was in it too.
Yeah, as an ex-cop, I guess you would. But the important thing is you found the hole and plugged it. We're secure now. And the information you uncovered in that FEMA facility may actually help us track these guys. So let's just stay focused on what's important.
You're trying to dodge my question. It's responsible for every security crisis we've had, including today's. If you want me to stop these guys, I need to know what kind of data they've had access to. Do that if you're 100% straight with me. No.
Adam, are we done here?
Refocus.
I want to, believe me. I want to catch these guys as badly as you do. But that breach is responsible for every security crisis we've had, including today's. If you want me to stop these guys, I need to know what kind of data they've had access to.
You're right. I'm sorry if I seem evasive.
Because you are?
The truth is, I've had a lot of other things on my mind. I'm trying to secure a future here for all of mankind.
He's not
I
looking
can't let trivial
at
security
you for
concerns get
so
in the way
much
when
of
people
this.
like Bill Taggart want to see me fail. No, you're my best warrior, Adam, and I trust you. I know the loyalty you've shown me
He's
will only
stammering.
continue as we take this fight into the future, because that's what's really important, isn't it? The future.
He's getting sidetracked again.
I think I proved myself today. And the only reason I'm worried about that loophole right now is because the data you streamed through it could have been accessed, backtraced, and stolen by the men who attacked us. Our enemies might still find a way to hurt us with it.
First of all, I wasn't questioning your integrity.
Bullshit.
And don't you think you're being just a little bit paranoid here? Everything I've done has been to secure a future here for you, me, Frank, and everyone else in this team. I'm constantly looking for strong people to help me do that. The very best people I can find. Because if I don't, Seraph Industries will fall. Megan understood that. That's why she insisted I hire you in the first place.
You're being selfish under the guise of caring for other people. I'm trying to do my job. Job you hired me to do, and even brought me back a month early for tonight. It feels like you're getting in the way, especially bringing Megan into this.
With all due respect, sir, I am trying to do my job. The job you hired me to do. The job you even brought me back in for tonight. But it feels like you're getting in the way. Especially when you start bringing Megan into this.
Calm down, Adam. There's no need to get defensive here. Doesn't do anyone any good. Seriously, the data I streamed is not going to hurt anyone. It was just some routine background information I needed to get familiar with after a discussion I'd had with Megan one night. It's the kind of stuff I look at all the time, and if someone did get a hold of it, they wouldn't know what to do with it. I'm telling you, we're fine. Trust me.
Trust you, boss, but it's one 2 weeks straight. If I handle this entire conversation so from to you is entrusting me, why, boss? What is it you're so afraid to tell me?
I would like nothing better than to trust you with this, boss. But trust is a two-way street, and the way you've handled this entire conversation so far makes me think that it's you who isn't trusting me. Why, boss? What is it you're so afraid to tell me?
Adam, of course I trust you, son. It's not that I'm afraid to tell you the truth. It's just that, honestly, I'm afraid you'll take it the wrong way. All right. Look, the truth is, I set up a confidential data channel for a private investigator, someone who can run covert background checks on people, potential new recruits, like you.
You what?
I had to, Adam. You were a liability, remember? You'd just been fired from SWAT. Now, Megan believed in you, but I had to be sure. Look, I don't want this to come between us. I'll send the files to your computer. You can see for yourself what he dug up. But Adam, you'd better be sure.
Why? What do you mean?
I mean, sometimes the past should stay in the past. Once you see that data, you can't unring the bell.
Sometimes you gotta kill the past.
Come back and talk to me. We need to discuss our next move.
And I won. I think I've gotten... I remember you can get by a lot of these without needing the social enhancer. Like, it does just tell you, like, which one is essentially what would be the right answer. I don't remember the adjustments that they made to it in Mankind Divided, but I remember that one being a little bit more complex. Not necessarily like, not like super complex. He was born in 93. But a lot of these, if you're pretty intuitive, if I remember, there's only like 1 to 2. There's only like 1 to 2 that were actually kind of difficult if you didn't have the enhancer. How do we do this?
So here in Adam's office, you can see his computer. You can find emails on it, and as you can find emails all over the company of Seraph. But in particular here, we start off a quest for
that's the neuropozyne one.
Jensen to investigate these neuropozyne thefts that are going on. And this was actually a mini quest that was kind of proposed by a level designer, the level designer who created this level, and he came to us and said
That means
he really
a lot of
wanted
these
to have
might be
this
overlapping
really
in terms
cool
of
thing
where
where
they
you
are.
could kind of break into offices and find the codes to other people's offices, and it would be this whole mystery of kind of solving this, wrapping it up to the side quest of who's stealing the neuropozyne. But his real intention was really just to give players a reason to get inside offices and steal things and find good codes for it. So he never really thought through the actual quest itself, and neither did really me or anyone else. And so when we actually sat
Why are
down
the
to
hand
start
drives so
writing
high?
these emails, we just kind of had this thing as I'm going forward and I'm trying to build this whole mystery
Why
through
are they
this whole
there?
quest,
Wait,
and
what?
eventually as I'm getting to the end, I'm realizing there's no payoff.
Why shouldn't they be
And
here?
there's nothing, because we can't pay it off, because
'Cause if
that's
you're standing
part
here to
of
dry
the
your
side
hands, you're
quest
just-
that comes later.
Yeah. Whatever.
And we were doing it so late in the production process that we just kind of had no chance.
It was a bummer because a lot of players came to us after that because they were really into that quest and everything, and they
Which
were
led
asking us
nowhere.
like, "How does it end?
Yeah.
Like, where's the conclusion?" And we're like,
The
there's
conclusion
no-
is when you steal from your office, it leads nowhere.
Exactly. Yeah. There's the moral.
There's the moral. I steal
Crime doesn't
pixels
pay.
and polygons all
Or
the
it
time.
does.
I don't know what to do. with
Detroit
them.
versus
I
Montreal.
have no idea. I stack him up.
Stealing's bad, okay?
Yeah.
Here, this is for you. It's a corporate passport encoded with your biometrics. I've set up a false flag routing which should get you to Henshaw Island without any problems.
You're sending me to China? What about FEMA?
FEMA's got nothing to do with this, trust me. We'll have better luck in China.
How can you say that? I saw the bastard who killed Megan pulling his men out of that facility. I left one of those men dead in its underground storage bay.
I know that, Adam. Frank was monitoring the whole thing. So I also know that before he died, that man gave you an address in China. I want you to check it out.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Adam. There's a reason this company's under attack. You think it has to do with the Typhoon or with some other top secret military project that I haven't told you about?
The thought had crossed my mind.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. The work Megan's team was doing before they were killed, it was redefining what it means to be human. This company,
A human revolution?
Seraph Industries, was about to lead mankind to its next stage in human development. Self-controlled evolution. Can't you see how scary that can be to some people?
Sure. I also see how lucrative it can be for some others.
It's never been about money for me, Adam. But you're right. There are people out there who don't exactly feel the same.
Like who?
I'm hoping you'll be able to find that answer for us in China. So get going. Farida's prepping the chopper.
So now I have a choice. Or at least I think I have a choice the next time I'm back here. Because I know that there's like a side quest. I know that side quest that they were talking about. I think I can come back here for that later. Or I can do that now. I'm not sure. But I kind of also just want to get to China because it honestly China's the China's kind of the place that I really wanted to. China's kind of the place that I really wanted to spend time with the developer commentary.
Hey, Jensen. The boss said you were on your way. You're gonna love Hangsha.
You've been there?
Used to live there. I spent 3, maybe 4 years working in the upper city, and most of my nights having fun in the lower one. You ready to go?
I thought I was. How long is this gonna take, Malik?
You mean the flight or the fun afterward? Don't worry, we'll be there before you know it. Climb in.
Hangsha is also probably just my... No, it is. Hangsha is my favorite location in this game, actually. I just remember having a lot of fun going around it. And also just from a visual standpoint, I don't think I ever really took in the environment without a bunch of without the yellow filter.
So this is pretty soon we'll see one of my favorite parts of the game, visually speaking. This is the matte painting that was done by Medizart, a company here in Montreal. And we needed this really impressive vista of a hangsha, seeing the upper hangsha and the lower hangsha, and I should appear just about now. There we go. So really stoked about it. I think it came out really good, this whole idea of a double-decker city. And yeah, it's kind of sci-fi and incredible at the same time.
Yeah, it really shows it off. And what I remember about this actual cutscene was that we produced for this cutscene for the game, but we then did a different version for the E3 demo because the story changed. But we used the exact same visuals, so we had to rewrite the dialogue and fit it into the time frame that we had to make sure that it was exactly going to work, even though it was all different.
Oh, and she's just gone.
Hey, do you know how to get to the Honghua hotel?
Ah, I see. Someone's looking for some action, huh? Quigan District. Just walk over there and go down the stairs. This rooftop connects to all the districts.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem. Have fun.
Listen to you of the city rooftop was just underneath the Bangalore. If you're nice enough, maybe I'll take you there.
Bell tower.
I'm really sure how I feel about this whole city on
I forget where a bunch of the side quests actually start. Huh?
So here in Angsha, like a lot of people are talking in Mandarin and everything, and that was one of the things I wanted on the project. So since we were to travel around the world, I wanted the players to be able to feel the real place, like if they were
like
there,
they were really traveling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you go in a foreign country and you don't understand the language, you feel that you're a stranger, and that's the kind of feel I wanted to have.
And it made it an interesting challenge for us from the writing side because, of course, we had to a couple of challenges. First, we would always, of course, write in English, and then we had to kind of decide which parts would be in Mandarin and which would not, because you didn't want to. If the player was playing without subtitles on, because all the subtitles would be in the English, but if they weren't playing with subtitles, we still have important story information, important gameplay information that has to be communicated, and we have to do that, which is why you'll have a lot of the conversations as you're going through it. You'll see that there's an English person speaking to a Mandarin speaker, and that is going on in the game.
Too, Antoine, we had an augmentation, right?
Yeah, it's true. We had a long discussion about using an augmentation to actually actively translate Mandarin or any language for that matter that would be visiting. I think we cut it because it was
well, it got so big because all the signs would be in Mandarin, and do we now suddenly look at signs and we see the signs in English? And
that would have been, but that would have been awesome.
It would have been awesome.
The augmented reality and all that.
Really
yeah.
We could have translated a translation into another language and the subtitles translated from the
and as it was, we had to get most of those translations done so quickly that we were having our receptionist translate all the dialogues, and I think we had artists who were actually doing all the signs.
Yeah, one of my concept artists, Donglu Yu, who's Chinese, did a lot of the translation, a lot of the Chinese signs and all that stuff.
Imagine all the mess of queuing and this thing as well, translating.
So, yeah. And I hope for Chinese people that we did an okay job.
An okay job.
Gonna take a quick break. Mostly just go refill something. Be right back. Okay, back. Da, da, da. Hopefully I can run the Tau.
What are you looking for, my wife?
Oh yeah, the different districts. I almost completely forgot about those. I forgot that this was cut up into different districts actually.
So here we look at the signage for the Hengsha map, and now we're with Steven Chiola, which he was one of the level designers on the Hengsha map, and also with Antoine Tisdale, which was a game designer also on the game. The first iterations of the map, we kind of realized that it was really confusing, and when we saw players going around, they were lost. It was kind of a mess.
Yeah, we originally planned so that Hengsha had a different feeling compared to Detroit, and in the end, it worked out. And a lot of players already mentioned, and playtesters mentioned that they really enjoyed the feeling of Hengsha. But at the same time, a lot of people were getting lost, including dev team members. And
that's a bad sign.
People who worked on the map really got lost, including myself, actually. But in the end, we had a lot of little tricks that we used and implemented that helped navigation. One of them is we added the giant billboard signs that you can see all over the place. They weren't there originally, and they were a big problem. Apart from that, we used a lot of lighting, and we reoriented a lot of small sections and
Created the districts.
Exactly. We actually cut out a lot of content because there was actually too much, and it was just so overwhelming. So we had to cut down on certain places like that. So,
but in the end, like, it's one of the map that is really appreciated by the players, and they managed to be able to navigate through it, right? So, yeah.
So in the end, it worked.
In the end, it worked, but it was yeah.
I think I'm still lost somewhere in it.
Where are you?
I don't know.
I think bringing in Bell Tower to police the city is a great thing for Shanghai. I'm sure some of those corrupt officials in the Chinese bureaucracy are having sleepless nights these days.
You think Bell Tower isn't corrupt? I've seen them look the other way lots of times when the triads are shaking down a client. And don't get me started about the work they do for TYM.
I know you're right, but I don't know. I just feel a little safer with them around.
Well, I don't like the idea of a foreign police force overseeing us. The way they speak English to us on purpose. I imagine that's how it felt when the Japanese were here during the Second World War.
That's... That's a very, specific historical dig to make. Wow, okay.
If you can get your hands on some, then do it.
That, ooh, that puts a lot into context, like, very quickly for people who know that history.
I don't care what kind of operation is going on. Now let me in immediately.
Can't oblige you, ma'am. Now move along, please.
How dare you? Who are you to tell me I can't get into my own home? Do you know how much money I pay for this place?
I said move along before there's trouble.
You Bell Tower assholes are all the same. You don't have an answer to an honest question, so you start to threaten.
Bell Tower is conducting an investigation in this building, sir. No admittance.
So I need to get in there.
You might have been right about that trap. Hengsha Court Garden is under lockdown by Bell Tower Associates.
Bell Tower? They're the police in Lower Hengsha, Jensen. They're under contract with the Chinese government. You think the Chinese...
I won't know anything until I get inside that penthouse.
can definitely say at the very least, the writers definitely knew what, the writers definitely knew what connections they were making when they were, making lines like that.
No dope. He got into this panic.
Nothing suspicious here. Must have something really juicy in his hard drive. He's got to have a password for it. Maybe his password is something Dutch like. Log?
We don't find this guy in the next few hours. Shit is gonna be hitting the fan in every room in the ranch.
No kidding. The commander's gonna have our heads for dinner.
I'd rather not start shooting in the middle of what is still technically a public sector. Just a personal preference.
Right now we're into this mission to find the apartment of Van Bruggen and see who this guy is and everything. But one thing that people don't know is that we had to cut the second floor of the city, or if you know, you don't know that those missions that right now you're playing were meant to be in the second part of the city. And as we were going through production issues and we had to cut some material, we had to find ways to see if we could bring those missions back into Lower Angsha and not basically avoid breaking the story.
Yeah, because originally we were planning that you would start in the upper and then you'd come down and then you'd have to go back up for another mission and back down, and it was supposed to be this back and forth. But when we decided to get that, we had to reduce in scope, and we ended up having to find places where we could put all those upper missions in the down in the down area.
It was truly heartbreaking of a cut when that happened, and I was working on 2 of the locations that were in the Upper Angsha. When they got cut, I was pretty devastated, but in the end it still all worked out.
Can I say that I was really devastated with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But in the end it still worked out because all the missions were still able to grab them and bring them down to Lower Angsha, and as a player you had no idea that it was even supposed to go up there.
Yeah.
So
and based on that, I want to point out like the amazing work that you, Mary and Jeff have done, because there's been a lot of cuts on that game, like on any huge game, and it's a very complex story, and it's a story that every bit is quite important to the main, and the way that you guys every time manage to repurpose the locations to accommodate all these cuts, and then have something that was supposed to be in a whole city hub and then bring it into a new city hub that it wasn't supposed to be part of or whatnot is quite amazing. And like Steven just said, people never noticed it.
It doesn't feel tacked on.
Not at all.
It actually, many times the cuts actually helped to strengthen the story, and cutting an entire city hub above actually made it easier on the writers.
That was the right call.
We didn't have to come up with tons of content.
Yeah, it was the right call, even though it was a sad call to make.
Very sad.
Huh. Sometimes you gotta make adjustments, and sometimes those adjustments are better than what you were planning before, even though they might hurt.
So here we see one of the main vistas of Lower Hangsha that we can see while we're in Lower Hangsha, and it was quite tricky because we used to have the 2 floors, like we said, we used to have the Upper Hangsha map and the Lower Hangsha, and you would actually take an elevator that would bring you from the top part to the lower part, or vice versa, and the roof, like the roof or the floor, depending where you're at, was supported by these huge pillars, like these huge struts, and that's where the elevators were in. And going down or up was a breathtaking view.
It was working,
It was working. We had it, and even the vista was there. I would say probably like 65% finished. It was just amazing. So every time we would do this, or the player would do this, he would have a really great view of Lower Hangsha. But then we had to cut the Upper Angsha part, so we lost this great possibility of seeing the city like that. So I really wanted to make sure that there was still a place where we could see it, but then with the level designers, because they had all their constraints with gameplay, visibility, all that kind of stuff, it was hard to figure out where to put it. And then in Ari Van Bruggen's apartment, which also used to be in the Upper Ancient map as well, at one point I just saw, actually no, it wasn't even me, it was one of the level designers or one of the level artists who said, hey, there's this huge bay window thing, and maybe that's where it could be, and here it is, and it worked out quite well.
I always wondered why you were able to see it like this high up, considering. Considering that you started here like really low on the ground. This really is a gorgeous shot. Panchea.
Right in front of you guys, I want you guys to meet our little friend named Chubby.
She had a name?
Yes, he
I
had a
didn't
name.
know that.
Chubby is this stuffed lion that one of the level designers, Jasmin Roy, had on his desk, and he had asked one of the modelers, I believe it was Tanya Lyon, who to model it, to put it in his level. And once he put it in his level, it was kind of an inside joke between all the level designers, this little plush doll that Jasmin really liked. And so we started putting it everywhere, like everywhere. Every level designer kind of hid one in the level. It got to a point where it got a little bit out of hand.
Is there an achievement attached to that?
We wanted one, but there wasn't. So it got a little out of hand when our lead was going through the levels, and he was just getting frustrated because he was finding lions everywhere. So he actually asked the QA team to go through the whole game and bug every single chubby that they found.
Did they find them all?
The bright side to this is that they did not find them all. So if you find one, that's a little present from us.
That's the only one that is kind of the secret switch.
That one is a legit one. It's actually got a purpose. You can push it and it'll open the door to the back to make sense of the whole secret compartment. But the rest of them, not really so much. So keep an eye out for Chubby.
Feed him if you can.
That's so funny, because you don't even need to press it at all. It's completely superfluous. But it's just there. That's really cute. Oh my god.
Here we are with the objective of getting the email off of Van Bruggen's computer in order to know where you're supposed to go next. And there is another email on that computer which actually ties into the idea that there is this hidden hacker somewhere in the city of Hengsha who's quite good. He's, as I mentioned earlier, he originated all the Nigerian emails, but he actually has a transcript of the opening conversation in the game, the conspirators with Bob Page all talking, and he kind of has heard that whole conversation and sends an email to Ari Van Bruggen on his computer saying, you've got to come and see this. And if you can find that hacker's computer, you'll get the transcript of the opening conversation.
And also,
yes,
we can see that little post-it, right?
I know you guys have seen the Forever Alone and the troll faces that we put on post-its all over the place, so we have a lot of fun making games. So.
Or making games are not fun enough, so we need to add.
We have to have some fun in them as well.
Yeah.
It was the mid 2000s. It was a different time. You wouldn't understand it. You wouldn't understand it. It was a different time.
Access granted.
Get word to Pritchard, Malik. The hacker who's been attacking us goes by the handle Windmill. Real name's Ari Van Bruggen. Bell Tower's been brought in to arrest him.
Arrest or get rid of?
Either way, he found out someone was gunning.
Do I have hypostim?
For him and took off. We need to find him.
There's a nightclub near where I dropped you called the Hive. It's notorious in black market circles. If this Dutchman is running, his first stop will be there.
I'll have a chat with the owner.
You wouldn't understand. It was a different time. Troll faces were the peak of comedy back then.
Jensen, figured you might want a heads up before you stroll into the Hive. The owner's name is Tong Si Hung, Tong being his last name. Rumor is he's tied to the Triads.
China's organized crime lords. How wonderful. Anyone else want a piece of this pie?
Yes, I can. No, I can't. Never mind. I'm sorry. I was right about to say, it was kind of interesting that they didn't see me despite the fact that I wasn't really hiding down that railing. Turns out I wasn't hiding.
Jensen, figured you might want a heads up before you stroll into the Hive. The owner's name is Tong Si Hung, Tong being his last name. Rumor is he's tied to the Triads.
China's organized crime lords. How wonderful. Anyone else want a piece of this pie?
I was really concerned that they would see me sooner if I did it like that, but oh well. Easy. Doesn't explain why that barricade's there, other than just to like let me know that that place is locked off, at least for normal civvies. But I have protagonist privilege, which means that I can walk in there a little bit closer before they get hostile. They'll just threaten to shoot me.
That's professional work you got there. Are you a guinea pig? Hey, like her. What sort of guns?
Nothing here, so I just go. I don't remember if Tung was a weapons merchant or not. I know that I need to sell the shotgun. I could also go to a limb clinic and probably buy a... buy at least a few practice kits. This is them talking about the signs, I think. Yeah.
So one of the things we did here was that we had to actually move the hive slightly to the right towards the corner so that you could see it much more easily as you're walking down the street. Reasons for landmarking issues where you'll at least have something you can see in the distance that'll help you from getting lost. And another reason we had actually done it was for the bartender side quest. If you actually solve it in the correct way, I suppose you could say, when he puts up the giant TV screens and shows that the guy is the culprit behind the murder, well,
actually,
it wasn't the bartender. It was Farida's. It was Farida's.
It was Farida's.
I was even more confused, but basically you could see it more clearly there. And you had a much bigger visibility on that, so it turned out really cool.
And also we had to make the building taller because we have a section on the rooftop, and if players were exploring, you had to see the hive on the. You remember?
You needed to see the whole thing.
Exactly. So.
And there was also this issue of players jumping off-world.
That's why we made it higher.
As the map grew, everything was getting harder and harder
to
contain the players in.
Yeah, because you can see, you can go up to the second floor up there and you can still see the parts of the hive. Cool.
The hive is a members only club, Lao Wai. Without a membership card, I can't let you in.
You telling me I gotta pay to get into this dive?
We've got a reputation to keep. Can't let just anyone get in here.
Just anyone with the money?
No pay, no play. You want in or not?
10,000 credits is nothing to me, but
maybe another time.
All right, your business. You come back and see me if you change your mind.
Why would I ever pay to get into that place?
Buddy Les never pays to get into the hive.
Does he know one of the bouncers?
No. That cheap son of a bitch knows the secret way in through the back alley. Will he share it with the rest of us? I don't think so. Asshole.
Forget it, man. It's getting chilly out here. Finish that cig so we can go back inside.
It's not even smoking. Oh, so yeah, never pay to get into the hive because you can just get in from the alleyway. There's a lip clinic. Do I want to get it first? It's not like I'm not gonna shoot up the hive. So there's no point in doing that. There's no point in me getting it now. Yep, just going through here. Let me in. And then you can get into the hive. No reason whatsoever to pay that money. All you have to do is investigate a little bit.
You've got to be kidding me. Given that the most popular club in Hosha has his office in a smelly old basement?
Mr. Tong is conscious of his roots. He likes everyone he does business with to be conscious of them too.
Right. That's right.
So now we're in the Hive, the bar that we have to meet our friend Tang Sion. And actually that bar went through many iterations. Like we have memory limitations, we have streaming also to consider a lot of things, but we wanted to build a place that would feel alive, that would feel that people will go there to have a good time on a Friday night after working hard all the week long and everything. And in the first iteration of the bar that we had, especially we were trying to nail this down for the 2010 E3 demo.
E3, yeah.
And everybody were sitting around and just talking. And when we were getting in this place, it was like, it felt totally dead. Like it didn't feel, and especially
and
that
it's supposed to be the most popular nightclub.
And we couldn't have that many NPCs on screen. And I went like, let's try to not add people, but instead have some of them that are standing up and just dancing, moving a bit, even though they don't do much. And just by doing that, it totally changed the kind of,
atmosphere,
the perception and the atmosphere of the place.
It's funny because we tried to make a really popular area, but the thing is, designers were limited in how many people we could place on screen at any given time. So it was really tough to make a crowd-like club scene with 15 people.
But in the end, it's not too bad.
Yeah, so we had to make people move around a lot, do a lot of different occupations that involved movement, especially because.
But it was mainly movement in place.
In
because
place.
Those were the light and pieces
Nobody's
that they
moving
couldn't-
around.
couldn't
There's
move.
not one person moving
I think
around.
there's the
There's a
waitress.
few. There's a very few that
Are there?
Actually,
I don't remember.
they're actually-
To me,
Yeah, there's a
everybody's
few.
just
They're cycling around,
But maybe it's one or two NPCs.
It's really not many.
And I think the name of the hive, actually, if I remember correctly, it was a placeholder name. The hive. We were
It was a
working
working
on the
title for
early
the bar.
story and stuff, and we were like, oh, we need a bar, and it should be like the hive or something. And so we kind of put it in as a placeholder, figuring we would change it later. But then actually it ended up.
Well, Thierry, the concept artist who had a big part in visually designing it, got really inspired by that name, that temporary name, and made it look into some kind of design version of a beehive. So then we had to stick with it, I guess.
And then
right?
we could work with the worker bees and all that.
Yeah, they
Worked
inserted
really
in the
well.
text.
Dialogues
Inspired
afterwards.
dialogue,
Yeah.
everything.
Inspired
So
some of that character
sometimes,
design as well.
Yeah,
sometimes temporary names.
And this
stick.
place, I like it. It has a good atmosphere.
Yeah.
The place looks good.
Yeah, because that was the idea, to make like bars in video games usually don't really feel like real bars. They feel like places, like if you're some kind of alien that has been told what a bar is supposed to look like, but you've never been, and then you have to design it. That's usually what they look and feel like in video games. And I wanted to make sure that it wouldn't happen that way. In the SX Human Revolution, and also some of the contemporary stuff like the big media wall with the LED lights and it actually turned out pretty well.
From far away in the streets as well. Like,
True. So it's it could have been even more credible than that, but I think it's one of the good. It's even like I think it's Xbox magazine. I don't remember. Probably not. Anyway, there's an article about all I think it was like the top 10 or top 5 best bars in video games, and we were like number 2 or something like that.
Which is not too bad. And I think also the song helps to sell the place.
The
as
whole
well.
thing
It creates a good atmosphere.
It broke when you got in. It broke the pace a bit. It changed the feeling the player had. And just get in, it's like a whole new environment within an environment. That was cool. And it made you feel like you were really like in a new place, something gloomy.
It was different.
Yeah, very, very intricate.
My only complaint is like, oh, this bar doesn't feel like real or like an actual bar, or at least like an actual nightclub. The chairs being in the middle. That is my only complaint. Like having these on the outer side, that makes sense, but also if you're trying to... But also because like they were limited with the number of people, like having some people on the side dancing, having some people sitting down drinking, a couple of people drinking, one person drinking, somebody like a waitress taking an order. It's a smart way of using the space. Like this reminds me of like a couple of scenes I did background work on, where it's just like, yeah, you can fill a place with a lot of people and call it a bar, and it's like a lot of people just like are in the way. But when you have a moving camera and like actors and lines that need to be spoken, having that many people kind of all moving and doing things creates a lot of noise. So what you instead do is that you spread those people out. You spread them out to like there's some people hanging out by the entrance, like there's a bouncer, there's some people hanging out by the wall, there's like 1 or 2 people hanging out by the bar, there's some people dancing in front of the DJ, there's a bunch of other people sitting and drinking, having a chat. You don't need a lot of people to sell the feeling of a place being lived in, or at least like a place where people are spending time and having fun and relaxing. It's more just about where they are, and if they can, it's about where they are. A good number definitely does help, but it has to be people doing different things. Like that guy just standing here, holding a drink in his hand, kind of vibing with the music. That's a real thing people do. Other people hanging out, drinking, other people chilling out by the bar. Some people kind of maybe already a little bit drunk, dancing on the floor wherever they can. No, it all feeds into the illusion of you chilling out or at least being at a bar. So, no, they legitimately like really nailed this.
Well, we're in front of the bartender, right? It's in the Hive. I think it was one of the places that inspired a lot of fans to make crazy videos with Jensen and the NPCs, like the Punch Revolution,
Safety Dance with the cover system. That's one of the great ones.
I remember this one, the Safety Dance. I was laughing, I was crying.
Because Adam makes this little groove when he goes from left cover to right cover or whatever, and this guy just like, hey, if I just keep on going, it looks like he's dancing. It just it just goes on for the entire Safety Dance song, which is, by the way, a song from Montreal. It was Men Without Hats, which was one of the main 80s bands at the time.
What was the other video? Like, he goes in front of the bartender and he asks him, what kind of drink do you want? And then he goes in his head and he starts to punch everyone.
Because it's called the Chinese gut punch or something? Is that what it is? I think it's from there.
The names of those drinks. You can't imagine Adam Jensen drinking any of those.
Any of those, yeah. And then you see him kill everybody, and then he just gets out of his of his daydreaming of killing everybody. And he's like, the Chinese gut punch.
And what's even more fun with those drinks is you should go into the menus and you should look at the item descriptions, because they were written by Mark Chechery and he had so much fun. The things that are in those drinks, yeah, you should read the descriptions of these drinks. They're talking about how poisonous they actually really are, and it's quite interesting. So take a look in the menus.
And he was in the AAs at that time, right, Mark? Just kidding. He had a couple of chips on his desk.
All that to say that the fans made us laugh quite a bit. Yeah,
love the guys.
Yeah. No. Seriously, it's true what Jeff is saying. Now we're talking about a lot of the fan-made stuff in relation to the Hive, but just everything was so unexpected. We had no idea that it would connect that much. So thank you.
Aww.
What can I get you?
Give me a Shanghai gut punch.
Talking about a drink, right? There you go.
I just dropped it on the floor. Hang on. I can figure this out. Whoops. Use gain additional 25 health up to a maximum of 200. Description: 3 measures, 180 proof alcohol, a pinch of lotus pollen, and a drop of red food dye number 40. The Shanghai Gut Punch, about as subtle as its name implies. Warning: alcoholic beverages will imbue the drinker with a small increase in damage resistance. Each additional beverage consumed will increase adverse effects. Will include blurred vision.
What can I get you?
I'll try the Slumdog.
On a budget, big player? The label might not look like much, but the taste is even worse. Enjoy. You got a favorite?
The Golden Phoenix Sling.
Oh, a man of taste, are we? Excellent choice. There you go.
Slumdog. Patient gain an additional 15 HP. Had a rough night. Might not have a little hair of the Slumdog that bit you. Half rum, half vodka, half beer. Remember, if it smells like a dog and tastes like a dog, it's probably a Slumdog. Golden Phoenix. Golden Phoenix Sling. Burnt out after a long day? Throw back a couple of Golden Phoenix slings and you'll feel reborn. Ginseng extract, cough syrup, and a healthy dose of sake kissed with tequila. And some other things we'd rather not indulge. Just say, sling me. Okay.
You got a fifth?
I'm looking for Tong.
Everyone wants to talk to Tom. Check the VIP lounge upstairs.
I can make it upstairs.
Shit, it's gone. My pocket secretary.
那又怎样？有这么贵的东西。
Got them from the
No,
VIP
man,
lounge.
you don't understand. Tong's email, the new basement security code, it was on it.
什么？你该把它杀掉的。
I know. Just keep an eye out for it, will ya?
Oh, same person was talking. One person was opening and one person was speaking, but it's like a two-way conversation.
Yeah, so now we're in front of the bartender, like, which eventually will be revealed being Tong Sion, but at this point we don't know that. And building this social boss fight, actually it's the first one we presented to the press in 2010.
I think I remember seeing that one.
It's not the first one we built, but this one was really, really hard to nail.
This one was really hard to nail for us from a writing perspective.
You were dealing with a stranger.
Yeah, I mean, when we were going through the blueprint, it was such a cool idea because we wanted our Kaiser Soze moment, you know, in the game. And when you think about that, it's like, oh, how cool is that going to be? But when you're actually faced with building the dialogue challenge, you're like, okay, but there's no common ground. There's nothing for him to be hiding from us. We don't know what we're trying to get out of him.
Yeah. And it's tough to make it personal.
It was tough to make it really, really personal. And, you know, like with Wayne Haas, we built this entire backstory and relationship between Jensen and him so we could kind of play with that. But here we struggled for a long, long time to figure out how do we make this at all interesting? I mean, why is it that he is just not going to tell you who he really is and all that? And I can't quite remember. I think it was you gave some inspiration to us by saying, kind of think about it in terms of Yoda.
Yoda and Luke Skywalker, their first encounter, like that the Yoda is like trying to guess or gauge what the kid is and everything. And so basically, this is how it helped us to solve the problem and try to play this kind of game where Tong Sion tries to get a sense of who Jensen is and what he's got.
Yeah, and every single one of these you have to build them based on the personality of the character. So once we had that, we could sit there and say, okay, what is this character of Tong and what is he? And it ends up being, I think it's one of my favorite ones.
And
in the
actually,
game.
Tong Sion didn't exist until we cut the Bangalore map.
That's true. Well, he existed here, but he wasn't an important character. He was really just the owner of the nightclub. But then we originally had we had an entire
because the
map.
harvesters were supposed to be in Bangalore.
I remember that.
And when we ended up having, we originally had an entire different map. Instead of coming back to Hangsha, you were supposed to go to India instead. And in India, you would meet another crime lord, and he would be a character there. And then when we had to cut India and we folded it into Hangsha, then suddenly we could take this character who was not very important in the beginning of the story. We could make him Tong Si-hung. We could tie in the relevance to Deus Ex, the original, and it became much more important, and his character really blossomed at that point.
What was it about the if you win the conversation, like Tong's teleport to...
Yeah, we had a big problem with Tong's magical teleporting act that he had.
It's an augmentation, actually.
Well, it was basically when you would finish the conversation with him, he would stay at the bar, and when you would go down, I believe it's regardless of whether you win or lose, he would teleport to his office, whether you spotted him from the vent and voyeuristically watched him, or if you were actually to go in, he would be there, and you would be like, how did he just get from upstairs to downstairs? So we had actually added the stairwell you see right behind Tong's bar upstairs. We added this doorway that was locked with a stairwell leading down to the basement to sort of credibilize that.
But you can't use that door.
Yeah, you can.
Can't.
There's a level 3 or 4 or something.
Yeah, it's
password.
a high-level hacking, if I recall.
And if you hack it,
he teleports.
Yeah, he still teleports.
That's actually really funny.
You work here?
Yeah, you could say that.
Good. I need to see your boss.
Really? Well, I'm sorry, Guido. Mr. Tong Zihong sees no one today.
Look, I didn't come halfway around the world to take no for an answer. Do us both a favor and tell me where he is.
Or what? You get mad and tear down a few walls with those enhancements of yours? This place isn't named the Hive for nothing. It's got plenty of worker bees come out of the paneling to stop you. What is it you think Mr. Tong do for you anyway?
I'm looking for someone. A cybersecurity specialist named Ari Van Bruggen. You know him?
Never heard of him. What'd he do? Steal your girl? Owe you money?
He had a job go bad, and now he's on the run from the people who hired him. But you knew that already, because a man like Mr. Tong doesn't hire idiots. And this is the first place people like Van Bruggen come when they need help. So stop wasting my time and take me to Tong.
You've got it backwards, boy. You're wasting my time. Van Bruggen is minor league player. Tong knows who he is. He just don't care. He's got bigger things to worry about.
You expect me to fall for that? Small timers don't attract this much attention. They don't have bell tower soldiers staking out their apartments. Van Bruggen's pissed off somebody big. And there's no way Tom's going to ignore that kind of development in his town.
You're smarter than you look. Yeah. Tong is keeping a close eye on things. Like you said, he's no fool. Now it's time you were leaving. Go back to your own country. There's nothing for you here.
If I stroke his ego a little. Got backup and support that nobody else knows about. Plus, some resources my boss can gain a lot from this, but only if you let me see him.
Being an outsider here gives me the advantage. I got backup and support that nobody else knows about, plus some resources of my own. Your boss can gain from all this, but only if you let me see him.
That might be true, but your skin color always will be a handicap in China. Van Bruggen has the same problem, which is why we took pity and gave him a safe place to hide out. Speaking of safety, you still haven't told me who you are or who you work for. You tell me you want Van Bruggen, but when I ask why, you deflected the question. That's a lot of reason not to trust you.
He wants me to be straight with him. All I need from Van Bruggen is information, the same information as the enemies are trying to keep from getting out, so if Tong lets me see him now, in the long run will make Tong's life easier. I'll say anything to get rid of me, won't you? There's no way Tong can hold on to Van Bruggen for long. He'll be dead within a week. No, advise.
All I need from Van Bruggen is information. The same information his enemies are trying to keep from getting out. There's no point in them going after him anymore once he tells me what he knows. So if Tong lets me see him now, in the long run, it'll make his life easier.
You want to bring the Dragon Queen down on your head instead of the Dutchman's? I should sell tickets for that. All right. You can see Tong in his office downstairs. I'll radio the bees to let you through.
Nice. I don't think I ever won that conversation without the social enhancers. Oh, I was sitting on practice for a while. Because a good way of, like, dealing with problems like that or like at least dealing with multiple choice questions like that, where you have multiple answers, depending on the situation. That's the door. Try to look for, actually let me go up. Try to look for what 2 out of the 3 of those 2 out of 3 of the options tell you. Look for the commonality between them. And try to notice the one that's different. Because at least between 2 of those were insulting Tong in some way. Either underestimating him, not expecting much from him, saying like, oh, this is bigger than him, he can follow this, or like, oh, he's not keeping track of important things going on. All those were some slights to him in some way. But if I stroked his ego and said, hey, this is... How the fuck? Say like, hey, this is too big for Tong not to notice. Or hey, there's no way that Tong doesn't know what's going on here. It wouldn't make sense that Tong doesn't know what's going on here. He's obviously... Like, he definitely would have helped. Like, Tong is more than capable of holding on to him for long enough. There is clearly something that Tong gets out of doing this. I would benefit Tong by giving him resources that other people don't know exist here, and I would also benefit Tong by making his life easier by doing all this other stuff. It doesn't... Whereas the other ones were all slighting him, or saying like Tong's incapable in some way, proving that you're useful to Tong, while saying, hey, I can make your life better, I can make your life easier, I have access to things that Tong doesn't have, but other people also don't know. It all benefits him in some way. That was the commonality in those choices.
Here's another good example of our show don't tell philosophy. This room tells a lot about Tong and who he is. He's a man, obviously, who doesn't really care about fluff at his level, like for himself. His bar, like his club, is really, really nice and somewhat posh and everything. But if you look at where he works, he's in the basement, and he's in some kind of utility room.
He's like right
with
next to a
crap
boiler.
all over it, all sorts of like tacky little things left and right. So we were really, really happy with it. Jim Murray, the concept artist, did an amazing concept for it, and it's one of those pieces that ended up looking exactly the same in the game. A lot of attention to details, a lot of efforts put into this room, and it's a great the room in itself is a great showcase for what we tried to do visually in this game.
It's really cool.
You see this? And to screw it up in the 4th, I'm just flushing my money down the pot.
You're Tong.
He's also watching baseball.
Hey, you only work that out now. Guess you're not as sharp as you think. How about you tell me who you work for? Then I decide what I tell you about Van Bruggen.
Does the name Seraph Industries ring any bells?
Seraph Industries? Isn't that American company stole all the headlines a while back? You still in business?
Why wouldn't we be?
Check the news. Biotech corporations seem to be failing a lot these days, especially the ones who are making enhancements. Van Bruggen's in the Alice Garden pods. Capsule 301. Place is a rat hole, but it's useful sometimes. Make sure you leave him in the same shape you find him.
And if I don't?
Your call. But those implants of yours might look even more special on somebody else.
And he's super cooperative.
Malik, you were right. Tong is helping Van Bruggen. He stashed him in the Alice Garden pods.
Thought as much. A hacker who knows his way around corporate firewalls would make a valuable asset for the triads. I'm at the pods myself, Jensen. Want me to run interference?
No.
Hey, leaving already, tough guy? Because you might want to go over to the bar and order yourself a drink before you do. Maybe Bobby will have something for you.
Bobby?
The bartender. The real bartender, that is.
No.
Thanks. I just might check that out.
You do that.
What can I get you?
Looks like Tong's running a nice operation here.
You for hire? because a suspicious man might not appreciate you asking.
A suspicious man might also wonder what kind of job gets handed off to strangers. But all right, I'll bite. What are you offering?
I got a problem I need solving. Trouble is, none of my usual guys are available, and this problem, it involves a woman. Someone who owes Tong Operation here some money. Getting it out of her is proving to be difficult. It's a dirty job, but it pays well. You interested?
Tell me more. I'm listening.
That's what I like to hear. This woman, Jaya, she's a broker. Highly competitive field in Hengsha. But without the right skills, her business wasn't doing so well. So we helped her out. Gave her a nice social enhancement upgrade chip so she could understand her clients' needs. Now, it's time to pay us what's due, but she says she won't.
So basically you want me to be your collector?
Yes, but it's not as simple as that. The girl's gone into hiding and thinks we won't find her. But she also took her phone and computer along to keep her business alive.
Not very smart, assuming you've got the equipment to track those.
We don't exactly, but we know someone who does, and that's where you come in. Bao Tower set up a surveillance network around town, a series of relay antennas.
And that's where they reuse the antennas.
3 relays should be enough for us to access the database and triangulate Jaya's position.
Then I go get your money.
Exactly. The first relay is on the rooftop of a 4-story building in the Yuzhou district. I assume you've got an info link and wayfinder package in those fancy OGs of yours? I'll upload the coordinates and then contact you once you've hacked in.
If I remember correctly, well, no, definitely is true. You can absolutely miss that. You can miss the little nudge saying, "Hey, go to the bartender," because if you just decide to leave out through the bathroom, because by all accounts you kind of have no reason not to, like you might honestly just be expecting, oh, why would I leave through the front door if the bodyguard's going to be suspicious of me? You can miss that, which also means that you miss the side quest. Which is honestly a shame. Forget what this one is. Might have to be quick regardless. Yep.
Access granted.
Nothing I need, so just credits. So now I need to go up. I don't remember when I learned it. I think I just did it naturally because I was thinking, oh, why would I not? Spring jump. Ooh. If that's just... That's not lethal ammo. You can just spring jump and then grab the ladder, because that'll set you up a little bit quicker. Ammo capacity upgrade. Pistol or combat rifle? Combat rifle. Because I want this thing to be basically my best weapon. That's a major capacity upgrade. Jeez. It's like 10 whole more shots. I took damage from that? Oh, there's no way I'm not taking damage from this fall though. Okay, so now I just go up. Or you don't point a gun at people, dickhead. I don't remember where... Oh, it's right here.
Good job, Lao Wei. I see you found the first relay. Now hack it and turn off its security protocols.
Ooh, I don't have anything. And I don't have my hacking upgrades. I don't know where I can buy... I don't know where I could buy weapons. I don't know where the store is, actually. I think the Alice Garden is where I can get those. Gachapon! I need to remember where I can actually buy weapons and stuff. I think it's in this district. Because the limb clinic's here, so I should be able to buy stuff. Wait a minute, I'm getting lost. House garden pots. Oh, that's nowhere. Funny that it points me in this direction and the only way through is through a giant fence. Not inaccurate, just counterintuitive if you're trying to tell people where to go.
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species stepped up to make things better. Our best chance of doing this is to modify ocean through a combination of ions.
I need to buy my practice kits before something happens.
Lim International welcomes you.
Or not, because I don't have money.
Okay.
I didn't even buy that much ammo. Regardless, I should probably just sell the shotgun since I don't want to use it. I don't remember when that thing happens though.
It doesn't happen often, folks, but it appears that...
Excuse me, do you know where the limb clinic is?
Yes, it's a key temple.
So if you look right in front of you, and maybe you lift the camera a little bit, you're going to see this greenish kind of emerald looking like colored building. This is actually the lower part of the TYM, of the Taiyang Medical Building, which you know, eventually infiltrate, and you need to reach the upper part.
Spoilers.
Director's cut, I guess we're all right. Yeah, so the idea was this would have been a beacon, this would have been a landmark in the lower part, you know, in the lower
supposed to see it from about everywhere.
Everywhere you went, and that didn't work out superbly well. And even in the places like here where you're right in front of it, you still don't really know that this is what it is. Right. But that it is what that is. It's just the lower part, and it was pretty tricky because this is a factory, and factories usually the footprint of a factory is really large, and they're really low because they're assembly lines. And here the concept is that it's a vertical assembly line, so it's just one big building, and you know, inside things are built by moving not horizontally but moving vertically from floor to floor. So that was an interesting concept. And there was a part, right, Jeff, where we actually had to go all the way there by foot, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, you were
What was
taking the train, but you were supposed to see it in. No, you were going to go there by foot, and eventually, when we did the districts for Hengsha and splitting the city in different parts, that initial concept didn't work anymore, and we had to have, with the streaming, the loading times, we added this kind of subway,
subway thing, yeah.
subway travel to get there.
Yeah. It turns out that when you try to make a building seem really huge, if you want to walk to it, it's really long to walk around it, and things just don't work out.
If
So
it's truly really huge,
yeah. So the train was a perfect solution to mask that
thing.
Absolutely.
largeness.
Yeah. The sad thing is just at the end, and nobody really noticed that this was that really main kind of fable building that we had to get to. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Because I'll admit, I never noticed it either. I saw that wall of lights and then I never looked up. Because, like, why would I? What incentive did I have?
Rolling.
So here, Antoine, we see a building which is the munition factory for one of our weapons brand in the game, right?
Yeah, I think it's Steiner Bisley's factory.
And this ties in really well with a lot of efforts that we put in the game for all the company names and all the logos and all the brands and stuff like that, because it's a modern game. It's also cyberpunk and stuff like that. And when we started designing this game, we told ourselves, it would make the game so much more credible. You just look around you. I'm asking you people right now listening to this, just look around you, and you could see dozens, even hundreds of stickers and brands and logos and stuff like that just in your living room or whatnot. And I wanted to reproduce this.
We really wanted to anchor it into reality.
Exactly.
Make it believable.
And even if you don't notice them, I'm sure your subconscious does, because we're bombarded with these things, right?
Absolutely.
Continuously.
Like
And so this is cool because you've been playing with these weapons the entire game that have that brand, Steiner Bisley, and now you're in front of the
building that makes it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I actually went into a lot of details for the weapons and some items as well, like the different kind of manufacturing techniques, like different countries making different kind of things. If you look at the Americans, they do something different ways, and the Germans and the Japanese.
We had two sides for the guns, right? You named them. What was the names for the?
I'm in Russia actually, and Germasian.
Yeah.
Thing. It was like Germanic and Asian looking, like very slick, very high polish, like the Germans' weapons or the Japanese cars and stuff. And then you get the American was more stampy and quick manufacturers for lots of people. So the feelings of the textures, well, you probably know better about the shaders, but the actual feel of the weapons and some of the items reflect that as well.
And actually, like, this philosophy has been built before designing the guns, so we would inform the designers on how to
it's something that Antoine put together even before we got into the actual visual design.
Actually influenced the names a lot as well. I think most of the names, like more American brands, like very Texan stuff, and then you get the more European,
like Steiner Bisley.
Exactly, it's more
sounds more
English or something.
European.
Yeah, exactly.
So Antoine, you were the mastermind behind it.
No mastermind, it's just an idea.
And
so humble.
So humble. A funny thing as well, there's 100 brands in the game, literally, and the brands were all, in terms of the names, were invented and created by one of our writers, James Swallow, a good buddy of ours. And who's English, which is why
it's not he's just born that way.
We can't blame him for that. And also the logos themselves were all made by this genial graphic designer that we had at the time. His name is Timothée Lepetit, and amazingly he left on the weekend, and he designed every single the 100 logos, 100 brands. With different ways of having the logo as well for each brand.
More than one.
More than one logos for it. It was just insane.
They were all good looking.
And they were all good. I think we had like one or two that we changed, and that's about it. So crazy work.
That's really impressive. Wow.
在中国，唯一没有从生物科技热潮中获利的，就是这些平民百姓了。是啊，看看我。 虽然我在大有机械工作，但我还住在贫民窟一样的旅馆里。那是因为国家在不断的抬高地税，所以房东宁可让观光客住，也不愿意给自己人提供廉价租房。这肯定是姓赵的家族的想法。从人民中获利， 却完全不回报。
Technology improves, but humanity does not.
Well, after getting out of the construction site, whether you save or not for the Malik, at this point, Adam Jensen experiences another glitch.
It was here.
Again, such an important story point.
Yeah,
and we couldn't
again.
handle it very well.
Yeah, and you see, like, as you get out of the construction site, you see the NPC falling over the ledge of the balcony and the other ones around, but it never felt right. It feels more like it was a bug.
It's even worse than that
because
when
he
he falls in the kind of scripted event thing.
Yes.
And then when the scripted event ends, because he's not dead, the AI takes over, and he gets up. And he chooses
And
one of
they all
the
go back.
idols, and he just starts lighting himself a cigarette. It's
Exactly.
And no one in the environment comments on it, and we didn't write anything.
Yeah, nobody
to handle
reacts
that.
afterwards,
We
and you didn't
totally
write- yeah,
didn't handle
exactly.
any of that well.
So yeah,
So
it's
it
there,
would have
but
been
it's
better,
poorly implemented.
Yeah, I would have liked to have better handled it in dialogues and things like that. But by this point, we were so over our heads with how much writing had to be done
And
that
we had
it
to
was
finish the
really
game,
hard.
yeah.
And we had to finish the game, and it was
Yeah.
hard to stay on top of all of that stuff. So.
And not only that, but the positioning was a big problem because in Hangsha you've got so many different routes you can take,
Yeah.
and it was the first bottleneck that we had for the
Yeah,
player.
we had a choke point there.
Exactly. Otherwise, you could either go right or left or up or down, and we had to choose there, and it wasn't really the best location for something like that. So yeah.
So a big whoops.
Again, maybe they'll get it right in the movie.
Yeah.
At the very least, like, they definitely
前阵子回
tried.
纽约的时候，看了电视里面的新闻，有关 Pycus 的内容可是很有煽动性的。
那是因为派克斯从来就没有赞成这个关于这个超人类组的观点。然后呢，
Alice Gardens. I don't remember there being much here.
我听说他们想改变回原来那种旅馆。
那我们这些租房的怎么办？
Aw.
把我们都赶出去吗？不能这么做。
这个月又得捉襟见肘了。
This was the story.
徐大姐还偷听别人。Yes, yes. 你感觉 beds on second and third floor.
Or not. They're just harvesters owning this place. I know that there's a store here, or at least
Jensen,
I don't remember.
I was on my way out.
What are you doing here, Malik? I told you I got this one.
I know. I didn't do anything. Trust me. Van Bruggen's all yours.
Hang on a second. Something's wrong. What is it? Why are you here?
It's nothing. I mean, can't a girl have secrets?
You can, but I care about you.
Of course, but I can tell something's bothering you. And I'm concerned. What's going on?
I just had to look into something. For a friend. She deserved better.
I'm listening.
Fine, since you're so damn curious. Years ago, I used to live here, remember? My friend, my best friend, Evelyn. She was like a sister to me. Made living here fun. But then there was an accident. She's dead.
I'm sorry, Malik.
Wait, Jensen, let me finish. I thought I was okay with it, but I know she didn't just die. She was killed. Murdered. Her damn scumbag boyfriend did it. I know he did. I knew he was trouble right from the start, but she just wouldn't listen to me.
Malik, easy. If your friend was murdered, the police would have suspected something. They would have investigated.
That's just it. There was no investigation. They said she fell down a flight of stairs like it was some kind of freak accident. But her wounds, the way she died, they don't add up. It's right here in the damn blood spatter analysis.
Blood spatter? You've seen the police report?
Yes, a friend left a copy of it in a pod here for me to pick up. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but I think there's been a cover-up. I just have to prove it. If I could get my hands on the autopsy report, the one that never surfaced, I know I'd get the truth. Except...
Why do I suspect I'm about to get dragged into something?
Look, Jensen, I'm sorry. I know Van Bruggen is the priority here, and I told you it was my business and I could take care of it. It's just... The more I think about it, the more I realize I'm in over my head. I'm just a pilot. I'm not a damn cop. But I need to know the truth.
I'm not gonna let something like this pass.
Okay, I'll help. What do you need me to do?
My lead, he works for LIM. He's a systems technician who apparently has access to their entire database. He's willing to hand over a copy of Evelyn's autopsy report.
So you want me to meet him and get the report? Is that it?
Yes, but he'll only respond to a certain phrase. Death and life have their determined appointments. To which he'll reply, riches and honors depend upon heaven.
Christ, Malik, this is starting to sound like something out of a bad spy movie.
I know. He's just trying to protect himself. I didn't pick the damn quote. So just play along and remember the line, okay? You'll find him inside the lobby of the Lower Hengsha Limb Clinic.
Does this guy have a name?
None that I know of. But he apparently goes by the handle Anonymous X. I know.
Anonymous X. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, before I forget, everything concerning Evelyn's incident, newspaper articles, the police report, limb details, it's all inside pod 009 here in the hotel. You should read over everything if you can.
Pod 9. Got it.
I need to go. Contact me with any updates and thank you. I really appreciate this, Jensen.
Gotta not help Malik with this.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention.
He went to Prague?
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble, Eliza. And it's time that we as a species...
Huh.
Our best chance of doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination of ion seeding and geothermal.
Pod 009, 0010. So the info I needed. Mahjong! I don't think that's how you play Mahjong.
Reporting to you live from Picus.
Oh, I remember what happens here. I keep forgetting my way up,
Hugh
though.
Darrell has contacted me personally to deny allegations.
Yeah, I definitely end up shooting my way out of here.
One of the things we wanted to do with Ari Van Bruggen was make sure that he was inside his little pod was an aquarium of sorts, so that he actually had a secret passage in his aquarium that allowed him to escape if ever there was something that went down. In the end, that got cut due to resources or time constraints, all that fun stuff.
But I remember John had a much crazier idea. He wanted this elevator and this, and
I wanted
like,
him to.
What the hell is that?
It would have been amazing. I wanted him to go back into his pod, and because he's such a tech guy, and he's like, and he knew it was being so you had to rig the whole thing to like start going down, like an elevator, like a spot. And then I wanted, once we walked out of the capsule hotel, if we looked upward, we would have seen him being jettisoned out of Angsha.
I remember that day in the meeting when you proposed that, and you're so excited, and everybody's like,
blank
what
stares,
the
like,
fuck is that?
what the hell are you talking
which is
about?
usually what happens whenever I have ideas, right?
No.
Yeah.
I could see the sun moving like
so
in the sky. In
could have been
clouds.
amazing.
Okay, that's a different one.
This is pretty cool. We can see that Ari here in his little environment, if you want, in the capsule hotel. It's almost as if he's rented more than one capsule. Then there's the one where he lives in, and he's got 6 other ones where he's got all of his
I never
servers
noticed
that he's
that.
stashed in. And he's all super uber connected. So that's a great show don't tell.
One of the things going on, which you had spoken about earlier, it's kind of funny because we really wanted to have. I really loved the whole concept of the Japanese pause, but at the same time, I had the tech artist guy telling me, "You can put 20 people in this environment." And I was like, "How am I gonna portray
This
small
sub-society
village,
thing.
A sub-society basically in a tiny village. So one of the ideas I had that I suggested was all the closed pods, if we could put silhouettes behind them that could move. In the end, we couldn't get them to move because we had problems with reacting with chaos. Actually, if you were to fire a gun, like the people would still be playing their little Game Boy or whatever, or doing whatever they were doing inside the
Like
pods.
making love?
Exactly, or making love.
Because there is in one of the pods.
We had a lot of fun with those. I think I remember we ended up putting one of them had like Optimus Prime behind it. And
What?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
We removed it, of course. But during the process of creating it, it was a lot of fun.
The lawyers again, huh?
Yeah.
Lawyers. But there is a couple having sex.
There is.
Yeah, I was going back to the couple having sex. But
just people having fun.
Just want to make sure that you
So,
confirm it.
But just doing that really helped with adding life to the environment that has a limitation of.
But what's
20
interesting is what you're
people.
saying, just to make sure that people understand. We're talking about just like those silhouettes, those shadows behind the windows, which add a lot, but they're not real NPCs, and
Exactly,
it's great.
you can't do anything with them. So
Yeah.
it was a little.
But it works.
A little trick.
But we were scared at first when we heard that, oh, you have room for about 20 NPCs, and it needs to feel alive. At first we were kind of depressed.
Ah man, I had a lot of moments where you would fire a bullet in Capsule Hotel and it would crash because there would be so many people running around and causing such a problem of resources that the map would just crash. So. But in the end, it turned out super cool, I think, and a lot of the pocket secretaries that we hid too in the environment to give a lot of life to give a backstory to the people living there. We have someone who like abandoned their children and just look around, read around, and you'll.
Really?
We had a lot of fun with these pods and their stories.
It's one of the great. It's almost as if we made a little city hub. Almost.
Now I want to find that one with the couple. That one's just watching TV. Stun gun darts. Because now I don't know if that one was just either for flavor or one that they had in there, but then they got rid of it. But now I'm interested. Now I want to at least like spend. I want to look for it.
My visit to Prague was related exclusively to the project.
Because even if I can't find it, then oh well. At the very least, I want to look.
Earth's ecosphere is in serious trouble.
I know what you have in there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw you with ferret in your street the other day. You know pets are not allowed in hotel.
That's not true.
I tell Mr. Chow if you not get rid of it.
You're a very mean lady.
The way his voice got all squeaky too. I'm not gonna see it.
www.picusweb.com.
Unless it's on the
This is
ground
Eliza
floor,
Cassell,
but I don't think it would
presenting
be.
live from Picus. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's not on the ground floor. Damn. No, that might have just been an idea that they had. Or I missed it. No, wait, I didn't go to the one over here.
My visit to Prague.
At least I don't think I did.
Exclusively to the project which has consumed all of my attention.
Yeah, no, I'm not finding it. Oh well.
Our best chance at doing this is to modify ocean temperatures through a combination and geothermal.
Forgive me,
How do I...
Forget it, man. You're not my type.
This isn't a booty call, Van Bruggen. This is about you and some friends of yours I met in Detroit.
Detroit? Yeah, okay. I got it now. You with Seraph, right? You were there when I had to pull the plug.
So you admit it. You were running a mole.
The heck, man. Just the heck. Worst decision I ever made taking that gig. As you can obviously see.
You attack my people, Windmill. You hope to walk away from this. You tell me what you know.
Down, boy. I've got no allegiance to that backstabbing bitch who hired me, especially after she painted a target on my back. The girl you want is Zhao Yunru, Tai Young Medical CEO.
Tai Young Medical? They're Sarif's biggest competition.
How do you think they got that way? Zhao doesn't like competition, see? So she uses hack attacks, blackmail, extortion, anything she can do to destabilize it. No offense, but Sarif was just the latest in a long line.
You got any proof of this?
There's a surveillance recording in the Tai Young Tower. I stashed it on the server in case I ever needed an insurance policy.
Not a very smart place to hide it, seeing
So
as you
now I
don't
need to
work
go to
there
Tai
anymore.
Young?
Things got hot before I could move it. And now I got you to get it for me. Of course, you can't just walk into that place. You're gonna need an employee card encoded with your biometrics to use the TYM shuttle.
Let me guess. You're gonna tell me where to get one.
Hey, I'm always prepared. There's a certain security guard likes to dabble with the ladies. You'll find him at the Hong Hua Hotel top floor corner room. Sneak in, snatch the card while he's otherwise engaged, and bring it back here so I can code it with the biometrics in your passport.
I was there when you flatlined that Mo, Van Bruggen. You think I'm gonna trust you?
You have to if you want that evidence. Now run along, Sarif, man. And don't get too distracted watching the action.
He's right, though. I kind of have to forced to work with him.
If you would like to hear more of my exclusive
This is
interview with
also
Hugo,
one of the few spots where having the Icarus wings are very helpful.
reporting to you live.
Because otherwise, if you try to just jump, oh, it's cool stick man. Because otherwise, if you try to jump down, you'll just die.
Prostitution.
我知道你在说谁了。
I know this is not exactly a five-star hotel, but if people want escorts, they can go to the Honghua.
Okay, where I sign?
So one of our main tools when we design games with this team is called the blueprint, and this is when we almost lay out every single detail of how the game is going to work, how it's going to proceed, and what's going to be in it. And we knew at that point when we designed it that it would be some kind of hotel, right? That where Ari Van Bruggen would be stashed in, and that Adam would have to go find him there. And during one of those blueprint sessions, that's when we had the idea. We got inspired by the Japanese capsule hotels and said, hey, what about if there's almost like a little sub-society of these things?
A village.
Literally a mini village of these things, like this huge hall, right? Like almost like underground hall with like hundreds of these things stacked up, and people literally live there. They're like almost low rent apartments, and the place becomes its own little ecosystem with shops and where people are playing cards and drinking and stuff like that, and that's where it all kind of gelled together.
And I think we alluded to the fact that it belongs to Tom Seong as well.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm not sure. I can't remember now if he owns it or if he just
tries.
Yeah, he's got major connections to it. Yeah, and I think he's.
Who would want to buy
that? He's stashed many a person in that hotel before. So yeah.
Huh. So that's where the implication comes from. Interesting. I absolutely need to find the weapon vendor. I don't know where they are, but I need to find them. Because I need cash, and I also need to get rid of stuff in my inventory. At the very least, having more combat rifle ammo would be very beneficial. Could have sworn that they were somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Or they were somewhere on the lower floor. I have zero recollection.
That ecosphere is in serious trouble, and it's time that we...
What was it? Life, death, and life have their appointed... Their appointed something.
非常可悲。您是来横沙做手术的吗？
这里有很多人，希望
没什么比这更不符合事实的了。
非常可悲。但是要在横沙往上就需要加强。
我喜欢你的装置，我知道这个不是在这里做的吗？
This dude.
Can't you see I'm busy? Go bother someone else.
Oh, God.
Death and life have their determined appointments.
What? Oh, and riches and honors depend upon heaven. Very good.
Right, what now?
Shh. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Meet me outside the clinic. Turn left from the front and go down the stairs. I'll be waiting at the corner.
Left from the front, down the stairs. It was a different time. It was a very different time. Left from clinic, downstairs.
Over here! Come on now! I'm relieved to know they sent a professional, at least.
That makes two of us.
Right. Well, though not exactly what I was expecting. I was told I would be meeting a girl. How do I know you're not an imposter or some sort of double agent? Don't think I don't know this could all just be an elaborate trap to set me up.
Look, no offense, Mr. X, or whatever your name is, but I really don't have time for this. So if you could simply just give me what I came for, I'll be on my way.
Yes, yes. I have it right here. Evelyn Carmichael's autopsy report. Here, take it.
Thank you.
I trust you will put this information to good use, because accountability and justice is at an all-time low, I'm afraid. It pains me to see this once great city, which stood as a bastion for reform and progress against our oppressive communist origins, succumb to the trappings of corporate bureaucracy and petty corruption. Corruption so often typical of your Western governments.
Whatever you say. Now, if you don't mind, I really must be going.
Well, there is still the matter of my payment. 1,000 credits was the agreed upon price, I believe.
I wasn't told shit.
Isn't that right?
A little piece of advice. When attempting to extort money from someone, don't give them what they want before trying to rip them off.
What? What? You mean you aren't going to pay? But I risked everything to get you that file.
Chalk it up to a learning experience and move on.
You scoundrel! You'll regret this someday. You just mock my words.
See you later, X.
Yeah, no, I'm not paying you. If you wanted to do the right thing, you do it without expectations of getting anything back. I think one of the shops was in the back of one of one of these locations, but I really can't remember. Where was the staircase that led up? It's in here.
Millionaire Hugh Darrow has contacted me personally to deny.
Go up this way. So I outright can't do that side quest until I get access to a shop, because otherwise I can't hack into that thing. If I can't hack into that thing, then I can't do anything. So I need a hacking tool. Oh, what's down here? How? Why do I remember this? I think this is a way of sneaking into the hive.
So this is one of the very successful shaders in the game. Is
What we call the shit shader.
the shit shader, the one that was done for the sewers. And what's interesting is that even though at the state that it is in the final product, it's pretty good and it looks like what it has to look. It used to be like 10 times better. It was literally one of the best shaders I have ever seen made. You know, it's all the way up there with all the crazy water shaders, you know, that we see where it's like perfectly simulated. But that was like the most perfectly simulated crap floating sewer pickle.
Yeah, it really worked. I whenever I play the game, I refuse to go in that water.
Exactly, like even me too.
I cringe when I fall into that water.
I always manage to avoid because like sometimes I had to hide from guards and crouching.
Yeah, you crouch in it. And then you get at the camera level, you're like, oh.
I don't want to get Adam dirty. I would never put him in there.
And Jensen jumps out of it and goes in the hive and asks for a drink.
I remember a weekend I had the kit at my place. Like I would bring like, you know, a dev kit once in a while at home on weekends to review the game. And my ex-girlfriend at the time, when I was in the sewer and she saw that shader, like the original really, really creepy one, she really, really reacted to it. But one of the real reason why we changed it is not because it was too gross. It's because to get this perfectly amazing gross effect, it was like an extremely expensive shader. Like literally, as you would get really disgusted by it, the frame rate would also go down.
That makes it memorable.
Yeah. You would like, it would be like in slow motion for you to see it even better. So we had to like cut down the shader and to gain
Just
the frame
imagine
rates.
the gameplay with this, you know? NPCs could smell you from a distance. That'd be awesome.
Well, that was a shit story.
I'm like desperately looking around for the shop because I want to sell and buy stuff before I end stream. But I legitimately have. Oh, found it.
You want best in the city? You come to right place. Look on computer and see for yourself.
Okay. Sell that double barrel because I'm never gonna use it. Sniper is useful, so I will keep that. Sell that. So I'm getting rid of that. Don't need that. I'm not really using the boost packs. I will keep the grenades though. Silencer would be very useful for the pistol. Laser targeting would also be very useful for the pistol. Buy those for the quest. Buy that. And I'll buy that. Might as well get that too.
Thank you.
Okay. Damage upgrade. First off, silencer. Because I'll use that for the pistol more. Laser targeting, pistol. Damage upgrade. I don't need it for the sniper, because one shot to the head is already more than enough. Either put it onto the combat rifle or I put it to the revolver. Because if I'm going to want stopping power, I'm going to want stopping power, which means just one shot. You know what? Yeah, it's worth it. Because if I can aim for the head, then the other ones don't matter. Also, I hate that it keeps moving my weapons. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So I need to move this a little bit further down. If I can move this here. Move this here. Ah, I see the problem now. Hang on. Move this, move this. If I move you here, whoops.
Malik, I just got the
Got the autopsy before. Oh, it just keeps moving my stuff around. You know what? Fine. I'm not gonna mess with this. 2, 3, 4. You on 5. You on 0. You on 6. Then we just deal, I guess.
autopsy report. No drugs or alcohol in Evelyn's system. And her estimated time of death doesn't fit Lee's story. She did die from a head wound, but not one that matches the evidence found at the scene.
I knew it. It couldn't have been just an accident.
There's more. Evelyn was pregnant. Malik?
I'm here. We can't let him get away with this, Jensen. He's guilty. He has to be. Can you go to his apartment?
And do what?
Get proof. Get something. I'm sending you the coordinates. Contact me again when you're there.
Okay. That should honestly be everything I need to do right now. I was pressing a hotkey that I thought would be it. Where do I need to go for? I think both of those that go to the same place. Yeah. So I can at least start here, and then that would let me start next stream being able to do these. Yep. Okay. Thankfully I finally found where I needed to go. And the first place I need to go is like right up there. Okay, so that is a good point to stop for today. It's actually really fun playing with the guns in a little bit more of an aggressive manner. Mostly because it's actually forcing me to play a little bit differently. And these dev commentaries are also really fun, really insightful. So yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Blue Sky, link to Blue Sky, Substack, and Discord are all found on Twitch. Blue Sky, Twitch, Substack are found below for the VOD. And yeah, I think that's basically it. Can I help you?
哎，来看，不错的工具，小心一点，别人会偷。
Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, regardless of when you're watching this. Be kind to yourself and others, and yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Janet.